Hey, legends. Watto and welcome. Oh, shit. I forgot to add the first button. Man, I am the worst. I saw somebody add this, and I'm like, you know what? I think this is something that's got to get added. Legend, Wolfgrad, Watto and welcome. Yeah, bring the rain, bring the noise. We did have a Jarl change yesterday. Everyone was fucking wild. I need a better term. I need a better term. Anyway, how are you all doing? Sorry for a bit of multi-track drifty potato. I just got hit up for another consultancy gig. I'm not sure how legit it is, so... I'm kind of, if you'll forgive the term, business flirting. Excuse me, I'm business flirting with it. Oh, wow. And Catastrophes, you did do an exceptional... Oh, this is from Snatcher. I was like, why have I got this weird drum and bass jazz thing going on? Snatcher. Oh, Dino actually did its fucking job today. Obviously, it heard I was about to stab it in the EEPROM. Yeah, there must be something weird. Kimball, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Oh, and friends, if you're wondering, the thing that Catastrophes is talking about is, while I was getting everything ready, I needed to calm down because I took River out for a quick stroll before we got started, and Amos managed to knock the bin over in such a way as to get the latch to open. I don't know how he did it. So I come back, the whole house is covered in garbage. And he's on the balcony trying to pull apart cheesy fries and beef from a discarded tinfoil wrapper. So, I have no doubt he is going to be an absolute poo-cano today. That's to look forward to. So I decided I was going to stop and breathe before we got live. Anyway, so I'm putzing about. And I saw there's a new Black Mirror trailer, which, by the way, does actually look good. Rather than doing the usual, like, oh, what if technology but bad? They're doing 5, I don't know if they're full films or short films, but they're just going to do 5 films, 5 premises. It looks real good. One of them seems to be about, what if you sat down in front of your telly and found out there was a whole Netflix special documentary about you and how you're a piece of shit, even though you're not a piece of shit. And Selma Hayek is playing the lead. It's freaking... that as a premise, I think is genuinely good. Oh yeah, no, Wolfgrad, Amos is too smart for his own good sometimes. Oh, sorry. And also, Ehrman, J-Post, and all of you, Watto and welcome. Anyway, right as the trailer finishes, Beckin Catastros hits me with a pre-launch bit drop. Just a couple hundred, but it was like, what was it? I have nothing witty to say, sorry. And the timing was so perfect. It was exactly when you do an after the stinger drop. It freaked me the fuck out. I'm like, why is Black Mirror talking to me? Have they finally cracked how to shit people up even harder? Freaked me the fuck out. Anyway, I put the video in the Videodrome. So yeah, forgive me if I'm doing a little bit of tippity-tappity. The other thing is I'm slowly getting us ready for tomorrow's Fantasy League.
Why is it hard for keyboards to sleep? They have 2 shifts.
Fuck! Ehrman, no, you can't do that! No, I'm sorry. Ehrman, thank you so much. It's $65, you fucking legend. Sorry, it's catching me right off guard there. I'm just creating... It was a little... It's a little reward I saw on somebody else's channel, and it's just called First! And one, it makes me think of my old forum days, because there, to this day, may not be anything funnier than seeing someone make a post, like a long, thought-out, like, well-balanced forum argument of a post, and no matter how articulate it is, the first response is always, "First!" And if it's then followed by another post that says "first," I don't know, that's just, I feel we peaked as a civilization. To your broken friend, Watto, and welcome. How are you doing? Tell me your tales. Oh, you got a favourite for the day. Okay. Because I realised that I've been thinking too big with a lot of the midpoint nonsense. Like, I don't have the VT chops and the technical skills to do the same kind of stuff that Chilby does. I'd love to, but that isn't something that I'm going to have. You're just going to have to party over at Chilby's for those late night weirdness. But there's lots of little things I can do. The tiny invisible party hats, I don't want to get rid of them. Is that weird? Yeah, Wolfcrad, like, stuff like that. Maybe I should start doing that instead of good morning on Discord. Instead of saying, "Good morning, everyone, how are you doing?" Just go, "First! What program do you use?" I'm trying a different PlayStation mix today, and it is going places. Like, this is from Planet Dog, which I haven't heard about in 1,000 years. I had some good ones from Ridge Racer, but then, like, it had one of the tracks from Snatcher, which, if you don't know, is one of Hideo Kojima's, like, really early works. It's kind of more visual novel than anything else, and it's also where the original design for Metal Gear Mark II comes from. Ah, puns with a combo breaker there. Speaking of video games, sorry for being a bit drifty potato. Despite Amos being an absolute feckin' terror this morning, he was also super heckin' cute. So, friends, I will beg your forgiveness for starting late today, but if I'm being perfectly honest, it was just because both the dogs were settled and cute and sleeping, and I was just like, "Oh, cuddle the puppy." Like, now, this is a good change from, say, like last week, where I was just miserable and I didn't want to get out of bed. But I want you all to know, you know, one, I do take your time seriously. And I know, like, for people like Catastros and Kimball, like, you all are staying up super late in other non-American parts of the world. But also, like, when I say I am doing better this week, I do mean it. This is the thing, before you got into the bins, Amos was being an absolute angel baby today. Like, he got up, he was super calm, he's pottering about, he's happy. You know, I took River around the block to get her a walk. He didn't scream the entire, like, you know, city area down. I was like, oh man, Amos is doing so good. And just, I come back in, and it's a crime trail. Like, a comedy writer couldn't have set it up better. Like, to open the door into the flat, I had to bang the remnants of the bin tipped over. Even River looked at it and went, "Oh God!" What else is going on? Oh! For those of you that are listening to Jump Leads, or have been catching up, the final episode of Jump Leads is up now, which does have Medang voice in. But more to the point, like, I caught up on the episodes I missed last night, and obviously I can't tell this to, you know, Ben's face, but some people are just unfairly talented. Ben does an absolutely stellar performance in it, and wrote the damn thing, and Beckham produced it. I don't know, like, there was loads of people helping, and Mandy did a ton of work on it as well. Like, it wasn't just Ben pushing the them make good stuff button repeatedly, but I get intimidated by my friends. All I do is talk video games and make stupid faces. Kaimball says their highlight of the day was getting live updates about their friend's new Roomba. It's been chaos. Yo, Kaimball, have you seen how some people at house parties will get a bunch of balloons? Everyone writes their name on a balloon, and they get a puppy pen for their Roomba, and like last balloon standing wins. And Red Burning Dragon, I think today is a good day to...
Happy PAX Tickets Sales Day. May everyone get their tickets. Also, Rain World is in a Metroidvania bundle.
Oh shit, yeah. Sorry, I am so all over the place. So, Ehrman, I want to say thank you again for a fuck ton of bits. I did not say a proper thank you. That's my feelings of gratitude. It's loud. No, sorry, I don't mean to jest. Seriously, thank you. Akira Zero, thank you for the 500. And yes, PAX tickets are on sale. I don't know how quickly they're going. And I do not know what the diddly-o is with the Nintendo event. Because originally there was supposed to be an offer to pick up your Nintendo event tickets at the same time. That has changed, and it seems to be you can win Nintendo tickets. Because for those who don't know, the Seattle Convention Center is now fucking massive. It's essentially two massive interconnected sites, even more so than before. And there's going to be a Nintendo event at exactly the same time as PAX Prime this year. Aperios, Watto, and welcome. And yeah, Lizzie, you did hear some buttons being pushed. How are you doing, friend? So yeah, for those of you that celebrate, PAX tickets ahoy. But yeah, J-Post, I had no heads up about this. I did not speak to Humble. Like, I was not involved in the decisions around this. But yeah, they basically made the Will Bundle plus Friends of Hollow Knight, Rain World, then Bloodstained, Blasphemous, and a handful of other ones. There's also a discount on Downpour, but I mean, honestly, if you're playing Rain World for the first time, you've got a lot of content to get through. So Aperios, I hadn't had a chance to check into it. Are they doing no mask for this one? I mean, like, I gotta go because I signed up for panels and I'm absolutely staying masked. I'll get my booster like a week or two beforehand and just risk it for a biscuit. But I absolutely, if it is true that they're dropping mask requirements and stuff like that, then I respect the shit out of anybody not going. So, Skadi in Alaska, Watto and welcome. Akira Zero, have a lovely day at work. I don't know if there's anything really super in the game space I want to talk about right now. I was just having a look at the hot sheets, and I'm like, you know what? That's bad news. That's sad news. That's dumb news. Oh, feck it. Let's talk about something. Let's talk about something upbeat. What's lovely actually?
Mostly lurk mode due to work. Hope Wingy Doggo is better today. Upside down face.
Bacon, I hope work is nice and smooth today. I'll pour some more coffee in your honour. He's probably going to be a little shy later on because he got into the garbage. And as we all know, despite being built like a beef tank, Amos has the delicate internal ecosystem of a Fabergé egg, which has now been exposed to garbage food. So let's see how that goes. Oh, Tardy Bard, Watto, and welcome. So what I was saying was, I put a post up yesterday just being like, hey, can we just stop doing the fake tinnitus noise in video games? And what was lovely is seeing just universal support. The only one that irks me is that the only example people can point to Sorry, bear with me just a second, friends. Okay. Oh, yeah, sorry about that, Lizzie. It was, I can't say too much, but potentially an invite to Blue Sky Social, which, more from a professional standpoint, I'm really curious to checking out. Yeah, before we went live, I have one person hit me up about consultancy stuff for a games team that are setting up in Seattle. And I don't know how legit they are because they haven't named any titles. They haven't named the team or the studio. So it could be a, sketchy Nufta company or what have you. But, I'll get a free lunch out of them. And the other one was somebody hitting me up. Somebody talking about the Blue Sky Social, which is yet another potential, Twitter competitor. And as the whole social media sphere is about to shift on a paradigm, I kind of want to be ready. This mix is an absolute mess and I'm living for it. Oh. Well, so Lizzie, you know what's wild is that when a lot of these companies say, let me take you for lunch, they do like flexing. So one time this guy's like, oh yeah, I really want to talk to you about so-and-so. Let's go get lunch. I know a far place. And I'm like, oh, okay. Sorry. If you haven't had far or pho or however, I always triple guess myself when trying to pronounce it. It's like, it's a Vietnamese noodle soup. It's fucking delicious. And yeah, it's absolutely one of my favorite things about being on the West Coast. Guy says, I'm taking you out for pho, and that's not usually a very, very expensive kind of meal. Like, the other great thing about it is you get a crap load of noodles and meat and veggies and all sorts, and it's affordable. Super tasty. He took me to this feckin' fancy place where it was like steeped, like whole ass chunks of like oxtail bone soup pho. See, this is the problem. When I think about it or read the word, I read it wrong. I have to just not think about it. One guy for just a business banter took me to Cannon up in Seattle, which is the stupid money whiskey bar. So like, even when I'm not charging sometimes, it is lovely to get a decent meal. And I always rock up basically in my like grungy ass skivvies, so. Oh yeah, and Aperios is entirely spot on. Pho is the most food you can get for the best cost. I mean, most banh mi places are also awesome. Like, they'll do a sani for like $3-4. Still not sure how I'm feeling about this mix, but I'm gonna let it keep playing. And forgive me while I'm getting caffeinated while we're banting. So, how have you all been doing? As I said, you know what? I don't want to talk about the big games industry stuff today, because it's layoffs and Bobby Kotick being an absolute knob end. So, instead, I want to talk about some good stuff. Although, sadly, out of nowhere, Gundam Battle Operation 2 dropped on Steam last night. It is currently sitting at 2,570 reviews, mostly negative, because no one can get on the servers. I don't know what it is with Bandai Namco and how they treat their Gundam franchise, but now, when/if it drops, it is worth saying that like Gundam Battle Operation is free to play. It does mostly function on a gacha system. And it has this almost pointless kind of like people flying about mechanic. But in terms of like Gundam games that feel heavy and weighty, it's definitely up there. Oh. Alright, Lizzie, you don't need to go for the long pins on those ones. I can see it. But Rilu, oh, that sounds good. We did adhere to the requests yesterday, although my apologies to some numbers when they're showing up. We did not use the burrito money for burritos, but I got us like some teriyaki chicken and a little curry with rice, which was real good. So we did get a super good food treat yesterday, which was real nice. But yeah, sorry, jumping back. Battle Operations 2 is surprisingly good in terms of its combat feel, but it does seem like the team that's been porting this has had no resources, and there seems to be absolutely no regard for how big this would be on Steam. So like, honestly, I want to just sit down with Bandai Namco and be like, look, the fuck are you doing with Gundam? Like, over lockdown, Gundam's had this huge surge in popularity in, English language territories. People are hungry for this, and something that was previously a PS4 exclusive dropping on Steam, that's a banger. Don't think I don't see that. Terrors. Adorable, also terrors. So yeah, it's just... Battle Operation may end up being a lot of fun. I played it on the PS4 and I didn't hate it. I didn't hate it. Now its follow-up was called, what was it called? Code Fairy, which was about a Xeon PR unit that turns out to actually have to fight and ends up being feckin' good. Same combat system, but like a single-player episodic format, where it's like 50% visual novel about these lasses that have been hired to be like the face of Xeon. So they're meant to be a publicity stunt, but they end up having to actually fight for realsies, and they're good at it. So it's like, yeah, one half like anime episode visual novel, one half actual Gundam fight battle. No idea if they're going to be releasing that on Steam, but they have added the Code Fairy item set, which, I mean, I would say that the Code Fairy set for, what is it, $27 is a little bit pricey. But, I don't know. I cannot understand why they keep biffing all these Gundam launches. What else is going down? Oh, Street Fighter 6 is getting glowing reviews across the board. Favor 6, it'll never take off. It'll never take off. God. And imagine if in that whole movie, one of the mechs used a barge, like a long boat, as like a bokken. God, that would be dumb and stupid and not awesome in every way, shape, and form. God, we gotta get Patrick Gill back on. I want to talk about giant robots and wrestling more. I mean, I guess we can talk about the giant robots as much as. God, this mix is feckin' weird. Oh shit, this is from Moon. Damn. Oh, and Albus, we'd never get Idris Elba in a mech movie. Like that, I'd love it, but it's never gonna happen. I mean, we might as well just put, I don't know, Charlie Day in there, and feckin', I don't know, Ron Perlman, if we're just picking names out of it. I do wonder what Del Toro did to be able to summon forth all of the power that went into Pacific Rim. Okay. I'm not hating this, but I'm going to go to some Jet Set Radio beats, because that soundtrack was going places. But if you're not aware, Moon actually got a re-release on Steam. So Moon, the Remix RPG. God, there are too many video games called Moon. I'll do some I think it did. Yeah, Moon, Remix RPG. Oh, that dropped... Bravo, Moose, bravo! Sorry, Favor 6. I love the idea that someone's like, hey, let's get this person in the line. They're like Chris Hemsworth, but affordable. The idea that that would be someone's designation in life.
Turn the power back on.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to put that bit on hold. Sorry, so friends, tomorrow we're doing our Video Game Critics League. As tomorrow will be the halfway point of the year, and also the start of Pride Month, so whoop whoop. I mean, we fly the flag all year round, but you know what I mean. We're going to be doing a game of Fantasy Critic from tomorrow. There will be 20 slots. And we will be doing our initial draft and shenanigans tomorrow, which should be a lot of fun. I've never done this before, so I'll be in as much a mess as everybody. However, there were quite a few industry friendos who did want to take part, so we may get an influx of new peeps on the Discord, or at very least, like, a few people kind of tentatively dipping a toe in. What do you mean, Kymel? You mean you don't want to play your job for fun? God. Unpaid fun? No, I completely understand. Although what's interesting is they have like a Critics Royale mode where everybody creates their own games publisher. It might be. Kymel's like, my job's fun. Could be. Like, Kymel, I don't know if I mentioned this yesterday, but like I said, the People Make Games thing on Disco Elysium, it just... God, there are so many people that are going to have their day in the sun, and I cannot wait. I know there is a bunch that you will be able to sit back and sip a very expensive whiskey when it happens, you know? God, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Sorry, I just wanted to share that, because I was like, Kymel, fun, Schadenfreude, vengeance.
It's a brand new day in Tokyo.
Well, so Alnus, what's great about this one as well is it's not what game sells, it's what game is critically received. So that's slightly easier to guess, but not. Oh, God. Also, friends, there was another fascinating article doing the rounds, I think yesterday, which was game devs talking about the worst games that they've worked on, like metacritically. And, yo, Aliens Colonial Marines is still one of the lowest metacritically rated games out there. Okay, well, that's 100% fair. Well, no, at least Catastrophe's like seeing everybody listing their worst games they've worked on, like critically. Like, nobody had lower than Colonial Marines. Because that's the thing, is like, once Metacritic solidifies the rating, it can't really change. Like, there is a window where critiques can be added, and then poof, like, it is locked in. A few teams have used this to their advantage, but honestly, no one really talks about Metacritic like they used to. Well, so it's more a case of like Metacritic has a point where it will stop accepting reviews towards the Metacritic score. I think OpenCritic continues to track stuff.
Wild and wonderful music.
Oh, and Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. Sorry, I don't know why I'm so sketchy today. Maybe we should just get into some Rain World. I've been really lucky because I pretty much worked on titles that I've enjoyed. Ah, welcome back. So, he is in shit. So he managed to knock the bin over enough to pop the lid. So I took River out for a walk, came back, he's not crying, he's not barking. I'm like, oh, it's so good. He's strewn garbage all the way through, and he was pulling apart the tin foil of the cheesy bacon fries and beef on the balcony. So he's going to be a miserable Pukano at some point.
Maybe. Might not have gotten into anything important.
I'm hoping. I need to share this info with you so that you are braced like I am.
What did you do?
And he was a sweet angel baby the rest of the morning, like up until then.
What did you do?
Sorry, I'm just passing parenting info across. Alright. Yeah, Favor 6 apparently today I am Viking Sketchlord. Don't know why. It could be paint fumes. I top-coated all my fancy work from last night, so it's all shiny now. Oh, look, it's right shiny. And terribly out of focus. I'm really proud of this. Miserable Pukano does not sound like a good game. No, but it sounds like a great fucking punk band. That's alright. Legend, I'll pass on your greetings in just a sec. Oh. Yeah, apparently I just can't seem to carry a conversation today, friends. The link I threw in there earlier, by the way, Moon the Remix RPG, is another one of those, like, very, very, very heavily talked about in certain circles type, like, PlayStation 1 game. It never gained the same kind of notoriety as, like Mother 3 and stuff like that, but it's definitely one of the influential RPGs. So if you're in that sphere, it is absolutely worth your time. I don't know if I would do it as a stream because it's a long slog, but that's another story. What you did there, Wolfcrad, I saw it. But yeah, friends, in between, like, just finishing the base coat, finishing the top coat of this, before I start doing, like, the next round of pieces. I've been really dull. I've been playing more Vampire Survivors. I finally finished the whole deck of the Randomizio, or whatever it's called. And I've decided that Christy's a piece of shit. I'm sorry, Christy, if you're listening. Christy from Vampire Survivors. Get in the bin. Get in the bin and stay there until Amos knocks the bin over and frees you from your prison.
And they say, hey, that guy raps. And I'm like, yeah. And they ask,
Oh, lovely.
Something for me real quick, you know,
Hey,
just,
well, Catastros, if we lose you for like a couple weeks, I'll know why.
as an artist, and I'm like, no, I can't actually, but I can dramatically arrange 7 to 10 layers of
No, that's gonna be way cool.
to make a
I've
higher instrument.
been trying to find a new Mobage to get back into, because I think the Gundam one will be shutting off soon. And obviously Arc Knights is still there, but that's such a time commitment now, it's a little bit intimidating. I've tried to get back into the Nier one, hasn't really grabbed me. And I've tried a few others. Nothing's really stood out yet, so I might give Fate Go another dice roll. Because last time I tried it was on my previous hand-me-down. The one with the cracked front camera that gave me that cool, like, smear. Oh, lovely. Oh, sorry, Catastros was saying that Hollow Cures can be launching on Steam. God, what was Floydo playing on it? Because that thing got its feckin' talons into Floydo, something fierce. Hollow Cure is What If Vampire Survivors, but I believe a specific squad of VTubers. Oh, Catastros, abso-feckin-lutely. Abso-feckin-lutely. Oh. But I tell you, once this last little, like, bout of, like, work stuff and things is cleared, and, like, come payday, I'm gonna get Tears of the Kingdom, and I'm gonna get High as Balls, and that is gonna be my next, like, little, like, sit on the couch gaming session. I've decided. I'm gonna combat feelings with the devil's lettuce. I'm just gonna stick 2 edibles in my cheeks, like a feckin' gummy hamster, and then just go to space. Oh. So yeah, so how's it been going with all of your good selves? What have you lot been playing? What have you been up to? Like, sorry I'm a bit of a sketch lord this morning. I think I don't know, I'm kind of jonesing to get back into Rainworld a bit, but I also know that, considering that we're in the Sky Islands in Rainworld, and we're either right at the end of the Spearmaster's journey, or we're going to be done with that one feckin' orb. So that means I'll have 2 spears constantly, and I can go back to being a little psychopath. Like, if this is the end of the campaign, I'm really proud of like how much we've killed. If this isn't the end of the campaign, then oh, it's gonna be murderific. No, Aperios, I'm gonna stick him like under my gum, like chewing tobacco. But it's me getting increasingly high. And bear in mind, friends, in the past, one of these edibles on an empty stomach has sent me to space. Fiona had to trip sit me the last time I did that. So I have no idea what 2's gonna do to me. But we'll find out in the land of Hyrule. Dory, how are you doing? Watto and welcome. Oh, and Legend, I'll say Mech Mechanic Sim is a beautiful meditative game. Like, there's not too much beyond the late stage stuff. If there is a story, I didn't finish it, but there were a couple of evenings where I just sat there and just zenned out while repairing these giant robots. In fact, I wasn't even trying to maximize profits. I did what was the most calming. So good. But yeah. Once again, where are my manners? So Mech Mechanic Simulator is another one of those kind of like, I don't want to start calling them dad games, because they're not dad games per se. You know, you work in a hangar in a futuristic city, people bring in their giant robots to get them like fixed, repaired, replaced, etc., or just hosed down. And it's, I mean, I loved it. But I think it's the way you meticulously take everything apart, tweak it, fix it, repair it, and then reconstruct it. It really gives you that same kind of like Lego type satisfaction. Oh wow. Yeah, so rest in pepperoni, Catastros' spare time for all the... they're saying that the Fate Grand Order story was so large, it had to be split up into 3 subparts. Back in the old. God. It's weird, like, I was really enjoying Azure Lane of all the weird things until it started making me really uncomfortable. And I haven't been able to go back. Eeyore says that all of the hobbies in their adult life have been chasing the high of building Lego as a kid. No, I can see that. I can see that. I don't know. I mean, yo, you've seen me on these fucking giant robots, something fierce. This is perfect for me because it hits that sweet spot between Lego and like Warhammer type nonsense. Things can still be constructed, but there's no expectation that it has to be a certain way. You can paint it, but you can't ever paint it wrong. And that makes me real happy. After this one's done, my next painting project is another friend's present. My goal is basically to... Yeah. Actually, I'm not gonna... Just in case they... somehow find out. I'm not going to say anything. And Red Burning Dragon, I'm not entirely sure what you mean. And Catastrophe, you know what, that does make a whole bunch of sense. Oh, the Fate series. Okay, yeah, sorry. God, I'm sorry I'm such a sketchlord today, friends. I don't know if it's leftover paint fumes and whatnot. I kid. Like, I absolutely use a proper gas mask when I'm airbrushing. Although, with the top coat, somebody recommended using like a high pressure on the airbrush, which worked really well. But after I finished it and I took off my mask, I could feel like this almost like slightly crispiness on the sides of my face where the mask wasn't. And I'm like, that's probably not right. When I got some cash, I'll get a new filter for the airbrushing box and everything. Well, I'll tell you what, friends. As apparently I've lost the ability to hold a conversation, let's get into Rain World. Let's let violence and survival be our banter. Let's let the cycles of Rain World guide our very movements. But if there's anything going on with your good selves, like friends, I'd love to hear about it. You know? Like, honestly, friends, it's lovely to be at a point where I don't have more, like, crushing, heartbreaking news. I mean, games industry-wise, it's either kind of wheh, or, unfortunately, just, yeah, old Bobby Ballbag being a bastard. And, you know, again, I'm sick of talking about that guy. You know? In the quiet wee hours of the morning, sometimes I find myself thinking, like, feck, if I had his money, what could I do? And then I realised that you don't reach that level of fiscal involvement by, you know, remaining a good person. And that I'd much rather be on this side, you know what I mean? But sometimes I have to remind myself of that. Biggs, you haven't really missed a lot. I've been saying a lot of greetings and a lot of hellos. Keeps doing this. But apparently, Biggs, today I cannot seem to carry a conversation. I don't know what's up with me. Hey, Lizzie, like, Ehrman claimed the Jarldom with great strength. I have good reason to be afraid. Legend saying, "Oh hey, Steam says friends playing Rainworld. A good choice." Ah, it's well being. What I will say, friends, is that if you've been wanting to pick up this or Hollow Knight, Humble's doing a bundle with both of them in right now, which might be the most us bundle that they've done. So if you've been thinking to give this a try, if you've been wanting to pick up Hollow Knight, the bundle doesn't come with Downpour, but let's be honest, there's so much game to play through before you get to Downpour with Rainworld that rushing it's just going to be an exercise in futility. Thank you, Lizzie. And Hollow Knight, all of the DLC is free. You just get the whole thing. Catastros, I do that line so much. I haven't done it on stream as much because we haven't been playing Shooty Gun Bang. But it's the, where you see one man, I see four. And when you get to hell, tell him Pembroke sent you. And apologise on my behalf for the inconvenience. Boop, pa-choom. Team 4 Stars, Helsing Abridged, did not need to be one of the great comedy works of our time. Admittedly, the first episode is rough. Like, it is old forum era humour. But once it breaks out of that, the hunter is out. Once it breaks out of that, like, it is fucking great. God. It's super wild as well. The I think it's Tanaka, the gentleman who voices Alucard for that. I met him at my first PAX. Dude was in cosplay. I was working. It was a strange time. Oh yeah, we're trying to make that bloody impossible jump, aren't we? Oh, yeah, I need to get the map up. And friends, if you see Hemp Manners pop up in chat, they made the interactive Rainworld map, which is a godsend. Not for... I don't recommend it for, like, first playthroughs and stuff like that, but, you know, if, like me, you're playing Rainworld once a week alongside a lot of other games, it is the only way I can mentally keep track of everything that's going down. I will say, if we can't make this jump, there is another route we can take, but that also involves some nonsense bullshit jumps, which I don't think we can do. Ooh, Favor 6, did Xenonauts 2 drop? I have been well out of the loop. Actually, you know what? Oh, excuse me. There we go. So what happened earlier, we got going, and then as soon as we booted Steam and got things set up, like, the whole rig started freaking out, right? Turns out Steam had done an update to Big Picture mode, creating this, like, loop back where you have to... where button presses were doing keyboard shortcuts at the same time, and just couldn't be stopped. And here's the thing. You can't just fix this within Steam. You have to fix some of it in Steam and then go into Steam Big Picture mode and then fix all of it. However, if you push any buttons on the controller during this process before you've disabled everything, it starts the whole thing over again. So I've tested it, I've checked it, back. I deleted ragey messages that I was going to aim at Steam. Because, I mean, it's feckin'... This kind of bullshit is peak flat structure games company. Nobody's checking anybody's stuff. Nobody has to listen to anybody. And these weird little, like, pockets of fuckery just persist. So, yeah. Keldra, I was real close. Because at first, I got sad because I thought, like, Old Faithful had died. Now, if you can't see it, so Old Faithful is an Xbox 360 wired controller. These things will outlive us all. They are built of the same stuff as cockroaches and hangovers. Like, they are unkillable. And so when everything started freaking out, I was like, no, because we don't have another controller. We don't have the money to get another controller. So, yeah, it's the same shit as Nokia's, yeah. Spot on, Minty, spot on. Then I tested it with a Sega Saturn pad, a USB Saturn pad that I've had for ages, for playing like Street Fighter Alpha and stuff like that, because that's what I learnt on. And that one wasn't doing the same fuckery, but it was doing some. Like, it was alt-tabbing between multiple pages and adjusting the volume, and I'm like, well, that's weird. And then after a bunch of research and a bunch of fuckery later, Steam Big Picture mode is such a very specific thing. Like, you only need to use it for very specific situations, and the fact that it could affect everything, like, OS-wide, was infuriating. So, I think, yeah, Dinobot's done its stuff. Dinobot the second. At least it's on time today. So we're going to get straight into Rain World. I'll get our map up and running. To bring you all up to date, we are currently trying to take our glowing pearl towards the top of Sky Canopy. We've been struggling a little bit. Sorry, Sky Island, not Chimney Canopy. We've been struggling a little bit because we're in a bit of a murder hole, and we need to cross an obnoxiously tricky jump. It's not impossible, but it's difficult. So, that's where we're at the moment. And if you hear Amos whinging in the background, it's literally because Fiona came back and then has gone out again. And yeah, Nexus, Big Picture mode is just a fucking disaster. Like, okay, I understand its applications. VR, Steam boxes, and Steam links. Great, brilliant, wonderful. But you can tell that user testing and user experience was not part of their thought process. So, anyway, the fucking irony is they've stopped making Steam pads as well. So, the fact that there's still feckery around those is ridiculous. But yeah, so Durry, we fixed it. We're good. Gonna crack on with some Rain World, because I love this game, and I'm not gonna let, a bunch of, idiots in Bellevue ruin my day of playing a good game. 154 cycle game. Yo. It doesn't have my original game, so I don't know. but currently this is the longest Raid World campaign we've had. No, CMC, Steam links are amazing. We've still got our... No, sorry. Kyle, as in like Friday Night Kyle, sent us an old one that he wasn't using, which has been great. They're the only thing that I'm pissed off about now. I guess I'm just like angry. Congratulations. Today, I shall take the form of 2000's Irate Gamer. Ubisoft's bullshit doesn't work with the Steam Link. So you can't play Black Flag without serious fuckery. I was going to do a little bit of that last summer. So, we shall go forth and stab. However, on good news, I've had leftover curry, which was delicious. My latest round of airbrushing has come out really good. And I can't wait to show you like the detailed stuff. I decided I wasn't going to do dry brushing for the skeleton. Because for this skeleton, I don't know. I'm happy to have it kind of like, not simplistic, but simple. Or maybe I'll just give it a light dusting with silver. I don't know. I'm not going to do detail on the wires and coats for this one. Because I want the detail and the focus to be on the armor. But it's coming together real well. When I got some disposable cash, I'll get the another round of the black base coat to finish up the last pieces, plonk it together, and then I can either do a build for fun. I think I showed you all my little splurge this month was getting the Gundam aerial kit, which I now have, which is awesome. And yeah, I could do that one, or could finally work on the Megex, the super build, or I might start putting together, at least clipping the Char Aznable underwater... what the fuck is it called? The Zagok. Zagok? Or Z-G-O-K. An underwater mech specifically for Char from OG Gundam. Which I'm going to do like an underwater submarine paint job on. I've been planning it for a while. It's going to be great. Okay. And away we go. Anyway, so how are you all doing, friends? Like, you've heard my frustrations of the day. Tell me your tales. Yo, there should be a... Oh, I was about to say there should be a... Oh, nice try, you mimic piece of shit! Oh, and it seems the egg bug already got.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
How you doing, friend?
You know what's better than the number 5?
What's better than
the
number 5?
55.
Shit, that's twice as many 5s per capita. No, sorry. Skynix, sincerely thank you. And I know we've already had a lot of, like, big moments today. But, like, whether it's 2 months or 55 months, I'm really fucking grateful, alright? Oh, you did not just! There you go. Get here, fork! Try and bite me, you piece of shit. Hey, friends, there is a distinct possibility that my fury and anger will end up fueling a larger portion of this run. What you gonna do, French fry? What you gonna do? Sounds like you're gonna provide me with a delicious, fast casual dining experience. And Lizzie, yeah, thank you. And thank you all for bearing with me earlier. I was definitely getting the rage about me. That Scav learned very quickly. My name is Montaya Slugcat. I killed your entire family. Prepare to die! Oh, come off it! Damn it. He used his friend's corpse as a shield. Scavs are way too clever in this game. It should be illegal. Alright, hang on a sec, friends. I heard Amos making trouble noises, and since he got into the fucking Garbo earlier today... Sorry about that. They're fine. They're both sitting outside, looking super innocent. It was not me. It was the one-armed man. I did not do anything. All right. You know what? I'm just gonna kill some stuff for a cycle. Ah, and Durry, that sounds lovely. As I've been saying, like I'm really looking forward to giving, you know, Tears of the Kingdom like a proper run.
Oh good, Pukano has not started yet.
That's what I get for looking away. Bacon, you're right, Pukano has not started. The baby boy is just currently sitting out there being like, oh, I am so innocent and cute. I can do no wrong. I frequently tell that dog, it is a good thing you're cute. I don't know if that's a mean thing to say to your dog. I'll let Yul be the deciding voice on that one. I forget these egg bugs are fucking gymnasts. Anyway, welcome to Murder Bowl. I'm gonna try and get a full health bar and enjoy myself, really. Handlebar. Watto, welcome. Lagmeister, we are back, yes. Again, we've solved... Well, I solved the mystery, and the mystery was a rogue Steam Big Picture update. That's right. So I had to get into Big Picture mode, find the settings that were affecting it, tweak... So turn off some functionality and then manually unbind all the keyboard shortcuts on the other. Oh shit, you pissed off Mama Newt Newt. Even I've got more sense to piss off the Newt Newts. And that's death! Oh! Mama Newt Newt got him for the hate shot there. This is why we don't fuck with Mama Newt Newt. But you know, again, friends, like, thank you for bearing with me today. Like, I do get very stressed when we have, like, technical problems because of, like, third-party editions. It's like Steam, Body, Pal, Gaben, you know better. When he's not just fucking hanging out in New Zealand or whatever it is he does now. Gaben of the Knife Hobbits. See, there we go. A fun and wholesome mini massacre. And Bacon, I did say thank you for the bits, right? I'm not completely losing my piss. I am completely losing my touch. What am I doing? I'm back down to the fucking basics now. Right. It is time to kill. Slugcat edition. I'm mad. I'm armed. It's been a fucking day. How are you? Though I'm not going to do the blind throws at the bug because I've done that before and it has quite often resulted in an accidental nuke murder. Oi! You flying bastard. Get back here. Sorry about that. Well, I know what Wraith would say. Wraith would say something like, technical problems is the Dark Souls of streaming. Oh, lovely. Lizzie, do we have an ETA on that one? Because, like, obviously we support the writer's strike, but I'm hoping everything got completed beforehand. I was hearing rumblings today that SAG-AFTRA might be striking in solidarity. And I think it's got a lot to do with some of the AI voice, AI performance stuff. Because... July 25th. Alright, so... they could be done with nonsense. And I do like how the flying millipedes have learned fear. This amuses me greatly. See, check me out. I have been learning. I've been paying attention to you all. Learn how to do the cheeky little backflip. Been reading some interesting stuff about the Diablo 4 reviews, which has been kind of fascinating. Sorry. A few outlets haven't published their Diablo... get fucked! Their Diablo 4 reviews yet because the full system isn't up yet. And after what happened with Diablo 3, there are beans. Oh! Dodged. After what happened with Diablo 3, a few publications are a little bit hesitant to say, yes, you should buy this, no, you shouldn't buy this, because they don't know how functional or stable it's going to be come launch. Or what kind of, like, functionalities there's going to be in terms of, like, monetization and stuff like that. Matey boy here is going to have to make a choice, because I'm on a Slugcat rampage. Oh, TCH. TSCTH is saying happy Pride Month from Denmark. Yeah. Greetings, time travelers. Bye. Alright, any more for any more? Let's dunk these kills. Whose house? Slugcat's house. See, friends, I kind of told you all the interesting stuff that's been going on with me. Like, the last episode of Jump Leads is out today, which is the project that Ben's been working on. Well, okay, Ben, Mandy, and a whole bunch of people. I got to do a few voices for the last episode. No, okay, I did one voice and a bunch of improv stuff, which was fun. But that's out now, which is real cool. Oh, actually, yeah, Moose. I've been catching up on that one, but yeah, apparently the review and preview events for Street Fighter 6 have coincided with some like open beta stuff. So the people playing that, the journos playing that, have had loads of people to play against, which is real good. What's up, nerd? Really? Fucking really? A plague on your house? Plague on your house. Maybe he'll end up fighting over me. See if Mama Newton still hates his guts. But no, it's been really nice to see Street Fighter 6 getting good reviews. Because, like, Street Fighter 5 did kind of break my heart a lot, but I never wanted it, like, as a franchise, I was never out to see it fail, you know what I mean? And although they seem to have chosen a very strange character as their poster child for this one, everyone whose fighting game opinion I hold in high regard is having a blast. And really, you can't say fairer than that. Oh, so Air Dragon, I did see a little bit of that one, but I didn't get a chance to look into it proper. But yeah, apparently now, was it a Korean animation studio or a game studio? Because I was very tired last night when I read the article. But the thing that's fascinating about it is that... sorry, if you didn't see the article, apparently a studio out of South Korea was using... replaced a shitload of their artists and have been using AI image generation instead, which is like pure unmitigated shenanigans. I believe one of the prevailing theories is that... Oh, so it was a video game studio, okay. That they trained the AI model on the art that had already been done and then got it to do its generation stuff. Fans started noticing, like, the telltale signs, you know, the six-finger hands, etc. And they were decidedly not happy about this. Let's fucking go. You know, I'm just going to eat the popcorn now. Just get myself a nice full belly and a couple more sleeps and go from there. You know? There's nothing that says that we can't just eat the forbidden snack. There's no law. It does sound like there's a vulture around, and they are delicious and nutritious. That's up for a few sleeps. Well, as I'm sure you know, so Fearless was saying we need like a legal ruling on this. So far, the legal precedence is that art created by AI cannot be claimed, cannot be copywritten. Now, that could get a bit squirrely with stuff like known characters. So, like, if you already have an IP and a copyright based around... Oh, shit the bed! This is what happens. I take my concentration away for 2 fucking seconds and get sent into space. Fuck! Biffed the shot. Founded the first slug count outer space fucking orbital program. You're ballsy today. Oh, you... Oh, I'm gonna kill so many things in this area. Well, no, so Fearless, the ruling is that... the ruling actually came after an ape took a selfie. And because it was not created with any intent, the ape couldn't have copyright on an image. So that's currently the legal precedence for AI. The problem happens when, like, so we've got Maflamp, right? That's our big money IP, and Dave Shooty Gunbang is our lead character. You know, that famous character, Dave Shooty Gunbang. And if we had an AI generate art of Dave Shooty Gunbang, we still own Dave. Dave's still ours. Welcome to the Will Overguard Vengeance Hour. Where Wilgus gets revenge on the things that have killed him all afternoon. Well, no, so Fearless, if somebody else makes AI art of Shooty Gunbang Dave, that's the same as, you know, that's the same as regular copyright stuff. So, okay, so to bring it into context, so what happened is this particular games company let go a bunch of artists and then created AI art based on their existing art. Not the artists, but the games. Yes, that was a spike kill. Yeah, that's what we're going for, Lagmeister, a legally distinct nemesis system in Rainworld. But it's me. I'm the nemesis. Ah, here they come. Stick your face out that fucking hole, I will stab it! So yes, as Salem, thank you for summing up. AI art isn't copyrightable, but it can be copyright infringing. But that's another story. But yeah, so people are cheesed at this games company. Understandably. Alright, I'm gonna go get a nap. That's 2 rounds of food. Jobs are good. 2 rounds of food, loads of murder. Jobs are good. There we go. Oh yeah, it's nice that Handlebar actually knows Dave Shooty Gunbang's well-beloved theme song. But no, the reason why I would actually want to talk about this is the fan reception to this has been wild. See, the thing is, what is being peddled as air quotes AI, what is and isn't exploitative is a very complicated issue, right? Because there are people trying to sell procedural generation systems as new hot AI stuff. And it's not. We've had procedural generation for fucking years. Right, but that's nothing new. But in the same breath, we have a lot of... Let's realise that I have enough food to go for a couple more naps. Stack up that karma. Let's go, baby. And, sorry, to an extent, we are going to be seeing some of the newer tools like implemented in game development. Which ones, I couldn't tell you. Like, I don't know what's going to be going through. But what's really interesting is that the use of AI in, or what's perceived as AI art in the creative areas, people are vehemently against. Like, there is a user dislike of this stuff. Which is a lot more severe than what we've seen in the past. In fact, the only other thing I've seen recently that users have been, like, unanimously against has been nufters! Well, Handlebar said, is it ethically cool to use AI motion capture? Well, see, this is where we have to be very specific in our language. So, like, AI animation, currently horrifying, but there are ways in which you can use, like, facial recognition with, like, image manipulation software to create basically VTubing type stuff. But instead of being provided a rig, it's provided with a static image, and it just kind of works out the rest. So that's a different element, you know? Oh, and Captain Stephanie Barnes, Watto, and welcome. Oh yeah, and jumping back to Lagmeister, you're correct. If somebody makes AI art of Dave Shooty Gunbang, the art that the AI has created can't be copywritten, obviously, but it could be copyright infringing. So if someone was selling AI art of Dave Shooty Gunbang, we could go after them legally. Oh, fuck off!
Which, for a fun crossover, as most NFTs were algorithmically generated random combinations of pre-generated templates and components, they also couldn't be copyrighted for the same reason.
I mean, quite possibly, unless... see, this is where it gets complicated, like, unless they were all submitted in something very specific, but there's another mess. Hang on, loads of people are making loads of good points, so let's banter on these. Archiver says it's one thing if you feed your AI your own art to get an idea of something else. That is true, but the fundamental knowledge that is required for the AI to understand, like, if you go from zero to creating your own image generation software, we're talking millions of images, and there are very few companies that can do that without scraping stuff that they don't have access to. Now that's another discussion, but like you couldn't train an AI model from zero just on your art. And again, so Star Saint Germain, who's a good industry friendo, has done a lot of work in this space, creating their own stuff and, you know, experimenting with all sorts of things in that space, and it's kind of fascinating. But yeah, the only way that you could create something based on your art is if you used a company's model that was already trained on stock images that they only had the license to, and of which there are only a handful of companies that could do that. And I hate to say it, Adobe will probably be the ones who end up coming out on top on that one. Now, Handlebar is saying, if I'm making my own models, my own assets, is AI motion capture cool? Well, again, this is where it gets complex, because if you were using an AI model to animate a static image or a static model, then that's a very different thing, because again, we've had loads of procedural animation systems in the past. My favorite one to watch is the learning animation, but that's usually for video games and motion. But the TLDR is that you build your creature, you give it rigging and bones, and then you just set it to go. You give it a location to get to, and then it flails around. And whichever one gets the closest, it takes that motion and then builds out a bunch of different variations on that. And again, this is more procedural than air quotes AI, but like, these little slug cats don't have animation sprites. It's all procedural. The little slug cat goes from A to B, and everything is constructed in engine. So that's another story. But yeah, so Handlebar, this is where the specifics of it. See, you capturing yourself and then using varying machines and tools and whatnot to create what you want is fine. But if we go back to the Corridor Digital video, that was a model trained on somebody else's work. So the thing that pissed everybody off about the Corridor Digital thing was not just they were selling classes on how to do this, but like, they had to scrape all of the art from Castlevania, the animated series, from Vampire Hunter D and Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust, and all of that to create their aesthetic. Like, what they called their, like, you know, AI anime was really just a fuckload of stolen assets repurposed through a machine. So, yeah. You know, there are already tools that do... you know, interim frames between animation. And, I mean, let's be honest. Hand animation is incredibly time-consuming, and it's incredibly expensive to do, and doesn't make a whole bunch of money. If you, as an animator, need only draw keyframes and backgrounds, and then just tell your animation software, look, hey, fill in the blanks, and it can do that, that's awesome. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry this isn't like a definitive, like, AI is evil! Because, annoyingly, with this huge influx of the death of, like, the metaverse, Web3, you know, nerfters, the amount of grift that's been poured onto a sphere is redonkulous. It just... I don't know, we don't have a good language to differentiate between, like, the post-chat GTP and post... Star would know what the open source imaging software was. But those two have been hugely... those are the big changes because they are open source and people can do whatever. But in video games, we've been doing procedural stuff for fucking years. Alright, let's go kill some more things. After a certain somebody popped up immediately and ended my kill spree. On some cycles... the newts are here, and I'm trying not to accidentally stab one. You know what, buddy? You can have that. Woo! Oh, come on! The fuck did these guys go to sniper school? I'm gonna get my karma up by doing murder. That seems legitimate. An air dragon, that is a good clip. Oh, Moose was saying apparently the Internet Archive was taken down for the day.
I mean, we are already using algorithms to do the in-betweens for keyframe animation.
Woohoo!
The days of a junior animator human doing the in-betweens are long gone.
Yeah, you better fuck off. So Shackle, I apologize, I wasn't aware of that, which is fucking great. Mainly because, like, you know, as a child of the Newgrounds era, oh boy, the Slugcat is high. You know, it boggled my mind how quickly people were able to do animation in that early Flash era. And it was one of those things that did make me happy as a... If you want to fight me, you gotta come past the mimics. Yeah! Get fucked! Ah. I say, really, Flying Centillipede? We've been here before. You know how this fight ends. Alright. Who wants a bomb? I am a slug cat at the end of the fucking karma cycle, and I have no fucks left to give. Oh! I was reading Moose's comment! Fuck! Why am I a piece of shit? Well, Shackle, I will say, those are some excellent points, and again, like, thank you for all the bits you put in here, friend. Moose was saying, and got me killed in the process. So, I will say, on those regards, I don't think we've got to worry too much. Yeah, see where fucking reading gets me. Have a look in a book, it'll fucking kill you. And what I said about how I was going to get loads of karma. It was going to be a great time. I need you out of the way. See, one indicator that shit's going down somewhere is if you see a... Seriously, Nunu, you've got to fuck off. That wasn't even for food, that was for vengeance. Apologies that I did not finish anything resembling a coherent point there. Rainworld is once again teaching me the dark art of hubris. And that lizard is fucked. I'm going to get a Karma Flower now because you know what? I believe in myself, and I believe in the you that believes in me. Today you may get to see a grown man cry, and not in a fun way. I don't even remember where we started on this one. Anyway, all I can say is that it's going to be interesting to see what tools do and don't get picked up behind the scenes video game wise. It is going to be fascinating. Oh, piss. It is going to be fascinating to continue to see where, like, the bullshit grifter culture of this all is going to start slotting in. Because we are very much already seeing it after, like... After the general failure of what was supposed to be, air quotes, Web 3, there's a large proportion of individuals who've just completely switched up their whole exploitative model. A new contender enters the Octagon. Do it. Ha! Fuck him up, mama. No! I got him! I got him! Yeah, fuck him up, mama. gonna get that Karma Flower. Yeah, Nexus, if you get them in just the right way, the fact that they do just completely explode like that. What's up? There we go. But no, it has been absolutely fascinating. And I think what's been so wild about this whole, like, Web3 nonsense is how it really is like the Emperor's New Clothes. Like, to anyone outside of the space, it's so obvious. It's so obvious that it doesn't work. Like, at least with, you know, the explosion in, like, gig economy stuff like that. For good or ill, you can point to things like Uber and their sort and say, alright, well, this is a thing that people want. Again, I'm not agreeing with the business practices or otherwise. No! I'm alive! I don't know who saved me, and I don't know how, but thank you. Not a chance, Scav. Not a fucking chance. Oh! We were alive. Yeah, and CMC, it's fascinating because, like, to watch it, you can see how they fucking basically played and were themselves played. Like, I don't know. It had all the hallmarks of a grift. This fictional land of milk and honey that everyone was rushing towards. Better be there first, otherwise, whoopsie-daisy, you're gonna miss out. You're not gonna make that sweet, sweet moolah. No tangible product. All of it completely theoretical. I mean, people will talk about the Web3 maneuver in the same way they talked about... I always get mixed up, because it was the East India Company that was the successful one, and the West India Company, that was the one that was just a fucking grift. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Someone done fucked with Mama Newt Newt. Okay, but seriously, I'm gonna go get that fucking Karma Flower now. I shouldn't have gone and gotten that Karma Flower. Was it the South Seas was the one that was a fucking disaster? Salem was saying, and I quote, "You're just spreading fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Your entire marketing pitch is based on making people afraid they're missing an opportunity rather than actually expanding upon that opportunity." Yep. Like... Oh, and Angel Colino, like, good luck, friendo. God, we always get into the really good topics when Rain World gets really fucking intense. Alright. Wish me luck. I'm going up there. Eh, you're fucked. That flower's not here. Oh, Amos, you are absolutely feckin' fine. Today. But you know what? Again, Amos, you're fucking fine, mate. You are fine. You are so loved. God, and I wish he was a stupid dag. I really do. After witnessing how he broke into the bins today, like, frankly, I'm impressed. And yeah, sorry friends, I'm kind of like making like 50% of a point here. I think we're all in it. We've all been in agreement about this topic for quite some time. What I find fascinating about the whole thing was how so many individuals in like the finance department, the financing space, just got pulled in hook, line, and sinker, and it's kind of wild how many people made it their entire personality. That's one thing that I do find fascinating. You know, with the shift over to air quotes AI technologies, there's loads of people still trying to fold all of these things together. Because, I mean, here's the thing, I do not agree with the use of, like, you know, language models and things being used to replace creative individuals. I don't. But, again, we talked about this a lot. At least you can understand the evil behind the business. Oh yeah, no, an Air Dragon, like, those whole spheres get completely shook up left, right, and center by, you know, Fugazis all the time. But it's just, one thing that's been fascinating is these people haven't just moved on to the next grift. Like, they're trying to fold the previous one in to add legitimacy to the things they've done in the past. Which is wild. And I understand it from a business standpoint, like, you know, you can't be the sucker. You can't be the person that got hoodwinked by it all. But one thing that was really interesting was, so Aperios and myself were both at Pocket Gamer Connect last year. And that was pretty much dominated by, like, Nufta talk and discussions around, like, you know, play to earn, digital object ownership, that kind of thing. And this year, while there were some tracks, no one was talking about it.
The thing to remember about the money/investor folks is they are eternally driven by fear. Fear they'll miss out on something. Fear they'll bet on a sinking ship. Fear they'll be blamed for letting the next big thing get away.
Very true, very true. Oh, slightly easier meal. Sorry, let me get a little bit more nutrition out of this guy before I finish. Thank you. Now, is he still moving? Or are there scabs beneath him? Let's find out! I think he's dead. Thank that kill. I'm gonna go to sleep high. Well, and so fearless, what's fascinating is that, yes, Dan Olsen's like line goes up as a great video to watch about the whole mentality behind these things, and it definitely shows where like the investment mentality and like the tech bro mentality kind of came together to form a perfect storm. But it's just so wild because right now all these people are so desperate to prove how... Amos, you're fine, mate. As these people are so desperate to prove that this new thing that they're shilling is as legitimate as they are beans. Oh, fuck every duck. So if you haven't played a lot of Rain World, our shelter is full of water. This means we've had what's called a shelter malfunction. We can't rest in this shelter now. Oh, Nexus the duck knows what it did. But not the dramatic duck. That's a very different duck. We can't rest here now. So this means that we have to either work out how to progress or just die repeatedly, but we won't be able to continue.
Rain World is going or Monty Python gets on with IT.
Get on with it! Yup! Shelter failure. Fun, 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 fun! And again, sorry, Shackle, thank you so much for both the bits and the conversation on this. There's no way we can use this rain to our advantage. How long's the cycle? Alright, well the cycle doesn't start until the rain stops, so that's at least something. Try and make a run for it. Like, the good news is that the lizards and stuff will be a lot less active. Wow, pop snails here? Wild. Oh, fuck you! Beans. An archivist, I will agree, like, the rain sound effects in this are so good. The idea, though, that the rain isn't a comforting sound, it's a threatening noise, I do think is, I don't know, one of Rain World's, like, subtlest, clever little hints. And Chroma Capybara, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. But yeah, so the problem is that when we're discussing AI tools and things like that, it's really hard to separate the fact from the grift. Do you know what I mean? You know, I think that's one of the reasons why Corridor Digital took such a hit, because it was one of the few examples we've had in ages where you could point to something and go, no, that's not okay. There's a lot of dislike, distrust, and just outright rage against AI image models replacing like artists and creatives. But it's really hard to focus that. Nufters were dead easy because the ignorance as to the consumer dislike of them meant that companies were coming to their consumer base and being like, friends, who wants to buy my Nufters? And their entire user base is like, I know Amos, nobody likes him. Alright, hang on, let me just check and make sure there's anything wrong. River, you're fine. This is my life now. Bear with me 2 seconds, friends. Sorry about that. We are good. Everything is fine. The animals are fine. I feel like I've been trying to scratch at a point for the last, like, half an hour, and I keep getting distracted by my own repeated deaths. Because this is going to get complicated. Yeah, wait for next cycle. Oh, nice. That's where the karma flower was. But yeah, to my knowledge, it's not just that we can't even... we don't have... It's not just we have to wait until the rain is finished, it's that we can't rest in that station, can we? That hideout. Alright, sounds like it's getting lighter. Cat, come on. Cat, uppies. This is not going well. There's not enough space for you, mate. You're fine. Dude, we're fine. You're fine. Everything's fine.
We're okay. Hello.
Fucking know me half the day. Alright. Dude.
Go settle. Go settle. I know. It's hard being a baby boy.
Amos is just there. Just like, hey, what's up? Alright, so the rain's subsided now. We can start making a move for this. This might have biffed up the cycle enough to give us a chance. And it does amuse me that the pop snails come out. Subbed again. The second lizard showed up. The first lizard got hit twice. The second lizard was like, oh, my body's dead. Look at this meal he left me. Oh, I'm gonna do this. I am reminded that the secret to victory in Rain World is perseverance. The secret is being stubborn. And Angel Kalina, like, as... You know what? Fuck it. You bugs can just have, like, a little... I'm just gonna sit here and get high in the rain. How long have we got in this cycle? Oh, it's a short cycle. Okay, so... Oh, yes, we were talking about the AI art stuff and things like that. It will be interesting to see moving forward how this stuff gets handled. There was another article about some of NVIDIA's new tech stuff that they have kicking around. And it was kind of fascinating because the responses to it were very, very negative. A combination of like ChatGTP and image generation software creating an NPC that chats to you and stuff like that. Now, the thing that I keep asking people whenever they're discussing ChatGTP chat is, where does it sit? Because, like, I know you lot understand this, but it's something that keeps going past people's heads. It's like, ChatGTP is a massive amount of computation, right? If you use that service, you are logging onto their service online and asking it a question, and it's using its monstrous amount of data to answer. But you can't just put that on a disk. You can't just put that in a video game. So, where is that coming from? Is that online? So is that being referenced as part of an always online functionality? Are they using like a slimmed down version? Like what's going on there? And there are quite a few of these kinds of projects that are having to ask very, very similar questions. Because it's not something you can just pick on up. I know Square Enix's more recent title used something similar, and it was not good. Their idea was to create basically a slimmed down chatbot for responses, and it was bad. It was bad and stinky, and users made their feelings extremely clear. Oh, you piece of shit garbage bastard! Going to pause it for a second and recheck the map, because so basically I know we're kind of stuck in this little loop here, and yes, I probably shouldn't have spent those first few cycles being a psychopath. See what I did there? There is one bastard tier jump that we're trying to clear, which, while not impossible, God, if we could go down and get a squid cater and bring it back up, that would probably work rather well, but that's a very, very very large challenge. We can't abandon the pearl because scabs operate in this area. So in theory, what we would need to do is run across, throw the pearl, backtrack, get a squid cater. Oh, heck off. And annoyingly, we can only carry a squid cater with 2 hands. So yeah, we'd have to take the feckin'... Yeah, we'd have to take the pearl across, dunk it. Sorry, take the pearl across, throw it, come back, get a squid cater, and then use the squid cater for climbing. I'm gonna see if the echo will talk to us. It's like, sure could use your help here, buddy. No, the Echo does not want to chat. We came by it earlier, and it was just like, nah, we good. We didn't have to take this fucking jet. I can't see another way that we can do it. And to those of you that have done this section, like, I'll take any and all recommendations and suggestions, let me tell you. I'm not a proud person. Oh, and again, to those of you who are new here, if you hear Amos whinging in the background, he's fine. River, you're fine too. Everybody is peachy. Champion, Chief, Winchbag, Mona, and River, who is perfect and can do no wrong. This is well documented. Woo! Oh, right, because they don't know what to do because of the storms. I always forget that we get a certain amount of a grace period. Yes, there's no way we can get across here. We can head across the top if we had a Squidcader. Fuck, I don't know. This is a long-ass cycle, so the rains haven't even stopped yet. Yes, hello, River. You are absolutely fine, and you know it. Amos, you're fine too, buddy. I don't know. Maybe after this malfunction, we'll try and hope. Maybe after the malfunction is over, it'll have dried out in there. That would be great. I was about to say, get sassy with me, pipe. Remember when it used to be whose house? Slugcat's house? I missed that time. That was a good time. Now I'm going to see if the hold my knife. Amos, you're okay. I'm going to see if the shelter's dry and we can get a couple of naps in. No, the shelter's fucked. Great. Brilliant. Love it. Well. Get fucked, Mimic. Today on Rain World, I'm going to earn my keep. Just kidding, I'm going to get bullied by lizards. Alright, we might still be able to get the gem. Okay. Alright, I've got the gem. I've got a fucking spear. I've got a song in my heart. Let's fucking go. Shelter's still fucking. Okay. And Dora, yeah, you are correct. There's no karma gates we need to pass through. Honestly, most of my karma shenanigans was just to make me feel better. Which for a brief few moments, it did. Now, it's just, can we make this fucking jump? Because in theory, the rain's given us a bit more of a... The rain's given us a little bit more of a leeway. In theory, anyway. Persistence! My power is never giving up. Like a goggle-headed protagonist. Just got to be quick, and we've got to use the rain to our advantage. Because while it stops us from getting more karma, which would be bad times, it wrecks everybody else's day just as much as ours. Amos, you're fine! Oh, my life. These things are sent to test us. These things are sent to test us. Okay. Thank you. Welcome back. As I'm sure you've come to realise, it was traumatic for the baby boy.
Yeah.
You know what, friends? I'm going to get some water. It's a quiet day. I'm sure we can come up with another conversation topic that isn't... Although it is kind of fun wailing on Nufta Bros. That doesn't stop being entertaining. And while watching Mother's Basement last night while getting ready for airbrushing stuff, I did see that there was a Nufta anime, which I'm impressed that something has managed to age so poorly so quickly. But yeah, I'm just going to get a spot of water, see if there's any, like, I don't know, sugar or something I can put into my system. We're going to do this. We just have to get to one jump and make it. And that's it. That's all we got to do. We can make that jump. We're feckin' heroes. Job's a good one. Dice Goddess, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. This whole thing would be easier if we could just swallow this ruddy feckin' pearl. And there we go. Alright, I'll be back in just a sec. Longshipians, slugcats, lend me your ears. I found in the fridge, I don't even know how old these are and I don't care, Reese's Peanut Butter Thins. So I am going to put on my comfy hoodie. I'm going to eat a whole bunch of sugar and it's going to be good. I'm not going to beast it this run. I understand that. We've got to kind of time it so that the rains are coming to a close as we make a run for it. But it does seem that the jet lizards aren't as fussed by the rains as other species, which is frustrating. Because the the French fries do not like the rain at all. I'm so glad that we do not have proximity to a Trader Joe's, because they do like their own home brand dark chocolate peanut butter cups, and they are terrifyingly delicious. Like, that's how I'll go. I'm not worried about getting another substance abuse habit. I'm worried about a dark chocolate peanut butter cup habit, because there is a physical upper limit to how many you can eat, and I think I might find out. Oh yeah, so Nexus, there was a thematic and kind of like art trailer for the new Marathon game. It looks gorgeous, but it weirdly doesn't look, at least to me, it doesn't look like the Marathon of yore. But, again, I'm down for any more, like, extraction shooters, to be honest. Oh no, I just thought Nexus, like, the visual style is gorgeous and fascinating, but it's a very clean, very new school aesthetic that isn't... Oh, I missed this cycle. I missed the rainfall. Isn't what I personally would have associated. Also, what I really want to see is titles like Extraction Scooters able to do essentially, not private servers, but like private sharding. I was thinking about this when we were playing like things like Zero Seavant and stuff like that, in that I don't want to play games like The Cycle with a gajillion randos. And I think that you'd be able to balance... I mean, hopefully it doesn't end up being a friend ender, but like, I think you could balance certain elements of like combative PvP and things like that by having it be people you know. So like, essentially create a situation where it's... Ooh, alright, we're okay, we're okay. Better. Sorry, friends. It struck me from playing a lot of like extraction shooters and like betrayal games and things like that. Yeah. Fight me! Fight me, you oversized jetpack. They're currently getting wrecked by Yeah, here we go. There we go. To the Shadow Realm with you. Sorry, I've been thinking a lot about Unfortunate Spearmaster, which we haven't played as much as we used to, like, during lockdown, but I still love it, right? And the thing I keep coming back to is how a combination of, like, action mechanics and betrayal mechanics can create something really fascinating. Sorry. Hang on. Let me get my thoughts together before we continue on with nonsense. So, betrayal mechanics I think can be very interesting. And myself and I think all of your good selves, I can't remember if we had Christian on the line, we tried to prototype really, really good, like, eldritch horror betrayal mechanics. And one of the things I think you could do with extraction shooters is playing them as a group, as a squad. Everybody has different missions, everybody has individual goals. However, during the event, presenting them with offers of betrayal, great rewards, or things that would set people against each other and encourage paranoia but not mean-spirited trolling, I think you could create something really, really exceptional with that. Oh, fuck you! I'm gonna wipe out every scav. I'm gonna kill so many scavs. It's not even gonna be funny. It's gonna start looking like I have an unhinged hatred. Because I do. It's the first time we've gotten to the jump point here. And if you could see what I was trying to do, I was trying to feel it out with a spear, maybe get us like a handhold. God damn it. See, that would involve not murdering every single fucking one of them. And I don't know if medically I can do that right now. Legend, Spearmaster and RE are best of heckin' friends. For this reason. But no, so there's a game that I talk about a lot, but I actually haven't had the chance to show you all, because you've got to play it. You've got to play it with a group of people. It is called Aeon Altar, and it's essentially a Diablo-esque title, but your character is stored on your phone. So your controller and your character are both on your Mowgli. What this adds is two things. One, it adds a transferable character with potentially permanent consequences to your actions. And it adds the ability for the game to send unique messages to the players. So, like, the game can offer me a magical item to betray you all. But that will have consequences. But it's something that I can take outside of that game to other places. And the more I play, the more attachment I have, right? Well, I think the idea of combining that with the extraction shooter type game, I think could work very, very well. Because kind of like with missions in Battle Royale games and stuff like that, I think that we've got the endgame experience down to a pat. And in Battle Royale games, we've definitely got the early experience down solid. So what do we do for the rest? Like, how do we foster interesting conflict that isn't toxicity, you know? we've talked a lot about this from playing like Sea of Thieves and stuff like that. And yeah, I think creating experiences that, while long form, are kind of like localized around a friend group. So instead of it being like PvEVP, it's PvE, but it's PvE plus werewolf, you know? So Lagmeister, a couple of titles tried that, and sadly it doesn't go as well as it should. Like, it seems like a slam dunk, I know, but sadly it doesn't all come together. I'm trying to remember, I think it was called like Ran Lost Lands or something, where it wasn't just about being the last person. You just had to survive and get on the ship out. You didn't have to be the last team alive, but it created a much more violent endgame. Which again, you wouldn't think. You'd think people would cooperate. Next is saying RIP Scavengers. Yet another supposedly commercial spatial OS game. You know, we're just going to hang out here for a little bit until the rain is done. I'm trying to remember if there's a technique for doing even longer jumping than the old crouch and throw. We don't have the height. But yeah, I know I've said this many times that I would love to be able to get hold of the source code for Tarkov, because I genuinely think there are some fascinating things you could do with it, you know? Yeah, you better fucking run. Like, I think as an environment to create games, it could be feckin' spectacular. But then I also talked about doing like a Girls Last Tour type game where you're given these like hyper hardcore realistic milsim kit for a game where you don't actually shoot anything. Seems the itty bitty babies wish to play. Yeah, get fucked. Into the abyss with you. Down you go. Listen, Scavs, I have nowhere else the fuck to be, and it is far better for me to kill you here than have you sneak up on me while I'm trying to make my jump. But jumping back into chat, so Lagmice was mentioning that the ideal is that one episode of Takeshi's Castle where all the players cooperated and broke the game. Yes. Now, video games are fascinating because by removing the humanity of people, it puts us in kind of like a guilt-free combative area, you know. In a game like Takeshi's Castle, unless you are directly pitted against someone with the... Alright, matey boy. He's just hanging out up there. He's just fucking end him. Sorry, he tried to sneak up on me. Ooh. Ah, piss! If I can stab one of those spears into that wall, we're good. But no, this is good. We're making progress. We're making progress. I think things like Fall Guys have definitely been an example of like that group competitive nature. The problems with like a Fall Guys is that eventually new players will be kind of whimsied out of the experience. By which I mean, like, if you've never played Fall Guys and you go and play it today, your chances of success are much, much lower. With things like Takeshi's Castle, you can't train or prepare. You can't drill the same sections repeatedly. Because, like, by the time they aired, the whole thing had already been shot. And the next season, they changed it up. You know, you could train for things like Ninja Warrior, but that's another story. Like, eventually, Fall Guys will cease to have more than only the most hardcore players. And that's understandable. I guess what I'd like to be able to start thinking about is ways that we can make groups the focal point rather than everyone the focal point. So, for example, I would love to create a Tarkov-like extraction shooter, but while it has interplayer trading and it has crafting and all that, the only people trading and crafting are all of us together. Creating kind of like a community vibe. Alright. You wee bastard, let's fucking go! Alright, that's one. I kind of jammed him into a little hole here, that's fine. I'd like to create experiences where people can feel like they have a certain amount of agency and a certain amount of involvement. And in those environments, I want to create something where, like, cooperation is rewarded, but there's just enough mischief to add some... Shackle, potentially, but I've never mastered the pop snail maneuver. What I'm trying to do is get a spear right in the edge of the terrain and grab onto it. That's my goal. Oh shit, the mushrooms! Chroma, you fucking legend! The fucking mushrooms! Even if they don't give me a boost, they'll allow me to master my fucking timings. Ah. Best thing about hanging out on stream is hanging out with people smarter than me. Alright. Oh, fuck. There's a crap load of scabs in there. Nice. Fucking wee! But yeah, so Havoc, that's very much the kind of vibe I'm going for. It's just, while we do have like survival games like Ark Survival Evolved and things like that, they're not designed for session play. They're designed, well, sorry, they're not designed for asynchronous play. They're designed for big session together friend. And even then, they do suffer from a bit of the, if you're not the guy, then, like, I'm sorry, but you don't get to do the cool shit. And do you know what I mean by every server has a the guy? Maybe two. Oh, fuck you, mate. Well, so Havoc Puppy, one of the things that we worked on, this was just as a fun exercise, like a, here's how to design a video game, here's how to make a GDD. We came up with a Lovecraftian battle royale, with the idea being the gods of this world would try and tempt you, creating like an air of paranoia, really trying to instill that. Oh, fucking knife! So hard. Yeah, so Havoc, it's the case with a lot of these titles, and that, again, that's not a bad thing. It's just that it's not what I want to kind of create. Like, if you can only play one session once a week in an extraction shooty, gun bangy kind of thing, I want you to feel part of that world. If your friends are playing hardcore, I either want you to feel a connection or a benefit. And we used to play something along the lines of like Tarkov Scavs Only, which was kind of fun. Those pop snails are wrecking that lizard. Yeah. Come on. I know you won't be. Alright, he's fucked. Let's make sure he's dead. Now we wait for the rain, because those, unfortunately, those poor French fries are getting eaten. Yeah, and Havoc, that's something I also am either looking for or striving for, you know? See, when we played Ark Survival Evolved, what happened was we had a few people who were kind of the go-to people, and everybody else that jumped in, you either made your own little less effective base, or you couldn't really be part of. Now, ages back, we used to play Ark, but with permadeath, which is kind of fascinating. However, in that regard, there is essentially one tribal cheat leader. That is the person who doesn't leave and just stacks building skills and farming skills. Everybody else goes out, hunts, returns. That stops a little bit of the guy syndrome, but it means that you're always putting your life on the line when you go out there, and unfortunately Ark's not stable enough for that, because you can die to just the boat bugged out and threw you 1,000 feet in the air, and now you're dead. Now it's dead time. And not that you need me to tell you, but like one of my bugbears with Tarkov is like, if you're not with the curve, I mean like if you don't have the gear at the time, dependent on where you are in a wipe, you're just there for other people to farm. So it's like, how do we create an experience where people can either have a level of agency or, like, I don't know, or be able to share it with friends. Like, that's the other big one. I don't have a clean answer to this. You know, I've played sharded MMOs in the past, and those can be a lot of fun. But it has to be the kind of MMO that has, like, either, like, player housing or, like, really has player agency as part of its core tenets. Oh, you fucks. No! I want to cry. Don't look at me! So, to recap, today we have had fucking massive technical problems caused by Steam. We have had the animals acting like silly buggers. And now apparently I just can't do this thing. This is what I do for a living, alright? My success here determines whether or not my family eats. Well, no, Shackle, that was what I was going to do. I just didn't have the right thing in the right hand. God, the fact that the Spearmaster cannot swallow anything is the worst. I have 2 hands free. Anyway. See, here's the thing about me is, creatively, I've always been fascinated, kind of a little obsessed by group experiences. And I don't think that's something that's going to change anytime soon, but... Bricks. Jobs are getting. But the irony is that the kind of projects that I'm talking about are annoyingly expensive to run. Unless you build them with a framework for, like, user-player hosting in mind. Which is much easier said than done. We might as well wait out the rains here. If the French fries show up, they can get eaten by that, and that gives us a place to go from. Hell, maybe the rainstorms will fucking destroy it. And Dustin, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Oh no, so Dustin, it wasn't electrical shenanigans. It took a while to solve, but the TLDR is Steam rolled out an update earlier today. That fucked everything. Like, absolutely obliterated everything. And that's why I've been having a bad day. So how are you doing? Right. Swear to God, slug cat. Oh, you fucking piece of shit garbage! Today is the day of angry will! Alright, but our theory is sound. Our theory is sound. But yeah, so CMC and everybody, so what happened earlier on is we tried to stream this, and when I booted up Rainworld, the whole rig started freaking out, like jumping between tabs and programs, digi-keyboards, pardon me, like I couldn't sort anything in Taskmaster, like it was bad. I thought the pad had broken because it was doing like 18 different things at once, and I couldn't get out of it without bouncing the entire rig. Turns out, Steam's last little cheeky update behind the scenes had made some changes to big picture mode, which gave the pads dual functionality. Which, by the way, not fun. What that resulted in was anytime I pushed any button, it would proc about 15 different things on the keyboard. So what I had to do was go in, turn off that functionality, and I had to do that from both... Alright, here we go. I had to do that from both Steam settings and then go into big picture mode and then tweak those settings. Not only turning it off, but also remapping everything to nothing. However, at any point, if I pushed a button on the controller and had missed something, I would have to reset the PC and start again. Like, that's how feckin' awful this whole thing was. And that took ages to fix. So now, as you can tell, we've lost most of the longship. It's just me. It's a day, and we're at a particularly tricky maneuver here in Rainworld, where what we're trying to do is make it across a bastard of a jump. Which is much, much easier said than done. Yeah, no, so Dustin, it is... Yeah. It was insanely complex, and I had to go into some, like, deep dive problem-solving tutorials. And the wild thing about it is that, again, unless you go physically into Steam Big Picture mode, you can't find any of those settings. And if you push any buttons on this while you're doing that, it fucks the whole thing and you have to reset the PC to get back to that point. So yeah. And Dustin, again, like, do let Baron know that you're enjoying Memno. Like, I was just the willing recipient, you know? I didn't do the hard work for that one, you know what I'm saying? Fuck you, scabs. Alright, there's definitely another scab around. What's that guy? Get fucked me. Okay. No! Fuck my life. So we've got to do drugs on the platform. We can make the jump, no problem like that. Okay. Nothing worth doing is ever easy. Though if any of you have stumbled across a gigantic chest of cursed doubloons and wish to pour inordinate amounts of funds onto the longship, this would be the day to do it. We're not doing awful. Like, no one's going hungry. We don't have any scary bills right now. One of you's got to have a cursed, chest of gold, right? Like one of you. Someone's gotta have the Urk of gold by this point, right? Then we can have long con. We can. Salem's like, I've got a curse rocking around, but sadly no gold. Legend says, I have a cursed chest, but it's lungs, not gold. That's also a valid thing to say that if you have powerful honkers.
I think I saw a chest of gold somewhere recently, but it seems to cry a lot. Not sure if you want that one.
Me and that chest are well acquainted. Certainly giving the scabs a run for their money. And Bacon, thank you for the bits, friend.
Yeah.
Yo-ho! Nexus, thank you. Everyone's been feckin' lovely today. Eriman threw in a buttload of bits earlier, and one of the things that gets me so frustrated about technical problems is that it usually means that the credits won't be accurate, so I can't say a proper thank you. So it's like beans. I'd even get to ask Eriman what they wanted as the reigning Jarl. Alright, you need to come down here so I can fucking kill you on my terms. Fight you up there. There we go, alright. No, you won't be. Do. Oh yeah, so yeah, Bacon. So for the hang on, let me pause it. So for the elite's got really bad drift. The rest of it seems fine, and in fact, I used it earlier to test to make sure that Old Faithful hadn't keeled over. And it desperately needs a clean as well. Picked it up earlier, and I was like, oh, it, so it makes me gross. I'm going to try passing it to Sadlin at some point. Sadlin was saying that there are multiple reasons why the elites can have drift on them. And if it's a specific thing, then it's actually fixable, which would be great. Because the Elite 2s are gorgeous. They're heavyweight, they're great for streaming full-time. But they cost a lot of money. In fact, that particular one was a gift from a friend whilst they were still working over at Microsoft. Oh yeah, well the irony is I don't even use I barely even use the battery on it, you know? Alright, get to fuck down here. There we go. Oh, piece of shit garbage bastard! I'm gonna invent the fucking nod laser for Rain Worlds, and I'm coming back. I'm gonna download the AK-47 mod. I want to stamp on this pad, but we can't afford to replace it, so I just have to internalize my rage! And I can't even go on a kill spree to make myself feel better, because we can't sleep here. Bullshit. Fucking bastards! Uh-oh. That's a newt. Anyway. You can get crushed to death by the Downpour, so I'm playing very fast and very loose here with my life. My life! I might be able to psych this one out. Spears. No, I don't need a whole ass fucking lizard. Sorry, Mama Nunu. Here we go. 2 for 2. Let's go. No, don't fuck off! Hate me! Hate me! There we go. Listen here, you lizard garbage monster. I feel like I'm being mocked. I honestly feel like I'm being mocked. Alright, here we go. Here we go. So, there's the... shit. Oh, this is bad. Why do you lot put up with me? So to recap, we have to get the gem and a mushroom to one of the tiny isles nearby. whilst avoiding jet lizards, scavs, carnivorous plants, French fries, and gravity, the cruelest mistress of all. I can't even imagine what the rain does to the feckin' the encoding on this, you know? Oh, you were a brave ass vulture, that's for feckin' sure. Alright, here we go. So first, the rock. Then the stab. Then the double stab. Job's a good one. Next contestant, please. I just watch the French fries just have a bad time now. Oh. Say bye-bye, French fry. Bye-bye. No! These things are sent to test us in our entirety! I wonder why Skeletor didn't have any fucking blood vessels, because he must have popped them all. No, we all know the reason is the King of Eternia pulled off Skeletor's face. You know, I'm not a complete fucking noob. Oh, if I keep doing this, I'm going to pull something. An internal organ. Just keep thinking of that line from Airplane. I chose a hell of a week to quit drinking. Oh, and yeah, like, his whole face-off. Like Sadlin says, in that movie Face-Off. We have all been hanging out far too much. Also, sorry, Nexus, I am all over the place. Like, again, thank you for the fucking bits. That's $10 to us keeping the lights on, so I'm very grateful. Alright? Good news is... No! Oh, you absolute fuck nugget. I've got to go get more mushrooms. The lizard went low. I threw the spear. Forgot where the shrooms were at. It's alright, we'll go back in a second. Let's go get some mushrooms. Hey, Nexus, you're entirely fine. Like, comparable to some of the bizarre nonsense that I've had over the years, you're not even close to most awkward. I had one recently where the PR for a games company, and I shall name no names, messaged me because they'd watched the stream that I had done of one of their games. And the stream boiled down to, like, thank you for doing the coverage, also get good. Their exact wording was, you should watch some other streamers to understand our challenging gameplay. That's another day that I exuded extreme patience. Oh, and the thing I was talking about earlier today, friends. Oh, almost. Oh, there we go. No! The rain ricocheted it out of my hands and then pinged it off into the nether. I could be doing anything with my life. I could be learning Spanish. I could be, I don't know, whatever it is people do once they learn Spanish. Be happy. But here I am, trying to get this fucking message, this fucking tower. And the thing is, I'm too stubborn to give up. You could say, Will, you know what? Maybe play something else. You know what? Do what makes you happy. It's beyond happiness. It's beyond sense. Knowledge. I am lost to the game. The game is lost to me. There is no happy, only Zool! But okay, let me phrase it another way. For those of you who are sticking with me through this man bashes face against rock in determination aroma. Thank you. I very much appreciate it. And considering, like, Summer Games Done Quick is on right now, my friends, like, thank you. Oh no! That French fry is absolutely not going to be in the sequel. Yeah, he ain't going to be in Rain World 2. Good. Alright, now we're where we need to be. We can just hang out here for a bit. The scabs try and come down, they're going to get blasted by the rain. Honestly, I feel like we should have actually killed more before we had to take this feckin' gem around, you know what I mean? There's a tiny part of me that's really hoping that this run doesn't end when we send the communication. Because I want to be the Sly Marvo of Rain World. I want to have, like, one fucking bone spear in my teeth, like, coming up out of the swamp like some kind of, like, crazed, wide-eyed slugcat psychopath. I wish to cut a swath through every scav, every lizard, everything in this Rain World until it becomes Slugcat World, because there's nothing else the fuck alive. Okay. This is it. This is the run. house! Oh. 2.5 hours in the making. 1 jump! Okay, okay. We're not out of the woods, though. Alright? Okay, so I'm just checking the map. There is a snooze point, right? So we're going to head through. So through, up, center, snooze. Alright? I've got to be fucking careful now, so please forgive me if I miss your messages, friends. I am going to be concentrating something fierce. We've come too far. It's alright, I know where we need to be. Yeah. Bastard doesn't want shit to do with us. That's fine. Down from here. Straight down. And the words of PJ and Duncan, slam dunk the funk. Yes, 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 yes. Whose house? Slugcat house. Yes. Oh. Yes. That is why I play Rain World. I do not quit. Look, friends, everything is a blur right now. Whoever it was that said, take the mushroom, you are a hero and a scholar, and thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. Alright. So, from here... Alright, here's where it gets tricky but not impossible. So...
Have you considered purchasing flood insurance?
We're trying to reach you about your, God, my brain's completely gone. I was going to say, we're trying to reach you about your shelter's extended warranty, and I couldn't remember the word shelter. Alright, so from here, it's up onto the top, and then that gets us into the array. So we can do this. We don't need armor. We just need to make it. Oh, piss off. Squid caters. I was about to say, do you know how many of your lot I've killed? And I'm like, oh yeah, that's where they're fighting me. It's literally all up from here. And hopefully the squid caters will provide
A chroma capybara gets credit for realizing we could solve all our problems with hallucinogenics.
Then to the chroma capybara, thank you kindly. And the chroma, Vanderbeest, head of House Order, like both of you, like feckin' thank you. I did not purchase a... I love my brick! Yeah! Get fucked! Whose house? Slugcat's house! Oh! My hands tensed up there and I was worried I was going to snap the pad. Not from rage, but from success. Get to fuck me. Alright, from here, we're heading up. Wellity, wellity, wellity. If it isn't the creatures I bullied for half the game, come back for well-timed revenge. Tell you, friends, I'm trying to cut back on my drinking significantly this week, and Rainwell does not help with that. So when after like a gaming session like this, and your body's like, "Yo, you did well. You deserve, you know what? You deserve some gin. Deserve some gin." Like, body, no booze till the weekend. We agreed. Body's like, fine. All right, so we got the lizards up top. We can handle them. There we go. And if we don't get too close to that particular white one, we should be all right. Yeah, that's where we're headed. We might as well get the comms while we're heading up, right? Alright, here we go. Some more story. And XD Johnny XP, congratulations and well done. So this is a public group, refugee upon 3 jewels. All participants anonymous. So GS says, so let me post a scenario to all of you. GS has obviously cut me. Suppose someone broadcast a triple affirmative. Suppose the solution is found and our jobs are finished. Well, what then? HR, well, we all travel beyond, I suppose. Yeah, well, does that imply that we are all just searching for the solution ourselves now? After all, the ones who originally wanted the solution are now extinct. The current fauna will likely not have use for, nor the ability to comprehend the solution. And will no longer be operational by the time another advanced civilization comes into being. So why exactly are we doing all of this? PI, nothing better to do? Why do you think some of us spend so much time in these group chats? Oh, burn! Well, there are other problems we could be solving. Better problems. SI says, wow, more existential complaints. As if someone brings up this topic at least once every cycle. So basically the AIs are snarking each other. Alright. Anyway, let's keep heading up. There may be more lizards to deal with up this way, so we're not out of the woods yet. Try going. Oh, beans. Yeah, I knew someone was here. Is that a fucking lizard, maybe? Sometimes you can tell by like the saliva. I know you won't be. There's no way in which you come out of this alive! No, Moose, that was a lore bombshell. So it was basically all the iterators talking about how, like, their job was to help everybody ascend, right? And now that everybody that had to ascend has ascended, or from their perspective is now extinct, like, what should they be doing? Ooh. Sometimes the slug cats get a little squirrely. It makes me nervous. And the idea that the iterators have been, like, discussing this in group chats, like, once a cycle, cracks me up. Oh, Dear Slugcat, it does not continue to be Slugcat's house if you run around like an idiot. What? Alright, so there's one communique. Outgoing request. Communications manifest. Error. Unable to send. Malform message header. Source node. Destination null. Unknown group. Message contents. Dash dash dash. Fatal exception. Unable to render message contents. Invalid symbol at line 04. Sequence 04. Line 5, missing terminal expression. Broadcast is corrupt or unreadable. Alright, don't worry about it. There's one more we can try. Yeah, let's hit this one as well. Poor Slugcat falls on his noggin there. Incoming request. Communications manifest. Filter. Message blocked. All incoming sources are currently disabled. What? Pebs, you piece of shit. Message contents. NSH. 5 pebbles. I will say once again, you need to stop immediately. I know you are going to trash this message like the rest, but I hope eventually when you are out of this state of mind, you will look back here. Look back here and reflect on all the regrets you've set yourself up to have. And that was no significant harassment. My brain wasn't processing the acronyms fast enough. Alright, there we go! We did it! Yay! I mean, I don't think it'll make a lick of difference, but can feckin' hope. Live broadcast announcement. Big Sister Moon to local group. Big Sister Moon, this will be my final broadcast to the local group. Within several cycles, my structural's legs will fall. Even if pebbles were to calm, the damage has already been done. I can only hope that someday you will find all the answers to our great question. I do not think I will see that day. I want to thank everyone for trying so hard. It means a lot to me that you would go to such lengths. I can't excuse his actions, but I understand his frustration. We all share that. I only wish we had a chance to speak one last time. Thank you, everyone. I am happy to not be alone. I mean, shit, in the local group, we can see like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9... We can see like 9 different iterators there. God. Oh. Feelings! Moon wasn't sending out a help or a distress. Moon sent out her final, I don't know, her final message that she's not going to make it. But please don't be harsh on Pebs. Like, her last act was telling everybody else, like, don't be hard on him. Yeah, she sent out her goodbye and her eulogy and an apology. Like, fuck. Why is Moon so good? It's fucking virgin tears here. I wonder if on that particular run, if when we head back to Moon, I wonder if she knows. Oh, see, Moose, it was that last bit that I missed. See, we know about the triple affirmative, right? We know that Hebs found out that one of the iterators solved the great problem for them. And that's what has been driving Pebs insane. He's trying to digitally recreate one of the other iterators to find out how they did it. But the others didn't get the triple affirmative. He did. And that's why it's only Pebs who's going... He's going, like, absolutely feral for it. Fucking hell. Yeah, I do wonder. Like, Moose, maybe Pebs was the only one close enough? Or whatever happened? I don't know. And it also, it does mean that if we'd done the Spearmaster and then the Rivulet, we would have seen how Moon fell, and then we would have restored Moon. See, the thing is like, as we've played through the timeline, we haven't played the Saint, we did play the Rivulet, and the Rivulet helped restore Moon, at least to a certain degree. One thing that's been great, though, about the Rivulets campaign is just getting to understand how the iterators communicated and what, you know, how many of them just kind of, I wouldn't say sank, but many of them just kind of sat around and accepted the fact that there wasn't anything left for them to do. So, Angel Kalina, the timeline goes thusly. Spearmaster, not Rivulet, Rivulet's one of the later ones, so Spearmaster, Hunter, Gourmand, Survivor, Monk, Artificer, I want to say, then Rivulet, and then eventually the Saint, which is the next campaign for us. Oh god, there's just a big old lot of suicidal robots. Oh, they weren't suicidal. But some of them did just switch themselves off, you know. And we do get to play as the big fluffy boy. Oh wait, Chroma says Moon was standing during Artie's timeline, just inaccessible. Were they? In fairness, we didn't make it over that way. Like, I don't even... Can Artie say hi to Moon? Because Artie explodes if left in water for too long. So we didn't really have a way of getting over there. So, Moose, on that regard, I don't know. Because if that was the case, then I doubt any of the iterators wouldn't have been able to ascend. And the thing is, it's not bad.
Spearmaster, Artificer,
Okay.
Hunter, Gourmand, Survivor, Monk, Revealer. You'll need to work out where the Saint goes.
I have a feeling the Saint's going to be the final one, but we'll see that once we get in there. Oh yeah, Archivist, yeah, the impact that the Artificer has on the Scavengers. Although, it's interesting that the... Oh, of course, see, it makes sense now, because, like, the Gourmand is the one that basically sets up slug culture. Up until that point, they're very kind of dispersed and scavengy. Which does make a lot of sense. Well, Angel Kalina, I don't know. I'll have to check, because Skadi's been doing the VOD uploads, and I don't know if they're all broken down into different slug cats for playlists. I don't know. Maybe, I mean, shite, if we have enough people who are really enjoying the VODs, I can do like a little primer, like, here's where you start, here's where you go, here's what's next. But this is one of the things I find fascinating about this. Now, going back... Oh, sorry, and Shackle, thank you very much for the bit. To Moose's point, is I don't think that the lack of the triplicate being shared was a kindness, right? Because the iterators were created to run everything and then help the citizens of this world ascend, which they did. After that point, like, there's nothing... It's not really anything... It's not bad if they then ascend, right? The iterators ascend, that doesn't affect the ancients. Oh, here we go! Everybody shh! It's my kill total. I cannot wait to see this. I killed a lot of things. I didn't kill one of the missile-spitting murder birds, and I'm still kind of mad about that, but you know how it is. Oh, Legend, that's fucking cool. Thank you. Okay, 813 food. 163 successful cycles with a total of... How many deaths? 449 deaths. 2 quits. Those were technical problems, not quits. Which is bullshit. 1 unique pearl red. Met 5 pebs. Met looks the moon. Are there any other marks in that list that we could have done? I wonder. It always irks me when our quits are counted. Because one of those was from today. Alright. 10 green lizards, 3 pink, 28 blue, 19 white lizards, 31 french fries, 37 jet lizards, 2 red bastards. There's a lot of squid caders. 42 mimics, nice. 161 scavs. Oh, we killed way more than 15 vultures. Bullshit. Killed a lot of spiders. We could have killed more. Killed a lot of drop wigs. 2 newt newts, for which I'm still sorry. 7 champion scavs. We could have killed more. I'm looking at our scores now and I'm like, we could have killed a lot more. Bet believe we got a screenshot of that one. So Archivist, I have done some Hunter score runs in the past. But honestly, when we do the Hunter again, it's going to be and trying to get the Ascension ending for the Hunter. So Shackle, you are entirely correct. I have no excuse. You were right, and I'm sorry. We even had enough passages to go, much like the Hobbits, there and back again. Oh, 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 you're so cute. That's too cute. That's too cute. I'm not made of stone. Is there anything else, like, narratively to be gaining from the art of from the Spearmaster? Because here's the thing. Oh, you're right. No, it is suns. It's not moon. Oh, thank you, Archivist. I guess I've just got jelly brain today. I would have completely missed that. I don't know if we got all of the live broadcasts. We got a lot of them, but I don't know if we got them all. We definitely got the important ones. Because here's the thing, friends. The next one is the Saint. Frail and armed with a long tongue, your journey will be one of perfect enlightenment, but walking this path requires patience, caution, and complete attunement with the world. I think this is going to be a tricky one. I don't want to start this one tonight, if that's okay. But I think from what we're seeing here, Shackle, it looks like the Spearmaster, after sending the broadcast, just heads home. Like, he goes back to Suns, and I don't know. Ironically, Sadlin, patience and stubbornness aren't the same thing. I have one and not the other. It's not that I have the patience to play through all of the campaigns of Rain World. It's that I have the fucking stubbornness. Oh no, Shackle, I completely missed it. It was Archivist that pointed out that it was it 7 Red Suns? It's also, today's been a bit of a fucking mess. Oh, Archivist, we need to put SRS, I think you meant serious. The Spearmaster goes back all serious, and I was like, I guess the Spearmaster's serious. Fucking cute. So we've got, there's Moon and the Rivulet. There's Sun and the Spearmaster. Both, like, either end of the campaigns. You'll notice the Artificer campaign didn't quite go how it should have. And what I will say is, once we've done the Saint, then here are our goals. 1, get the happy ending for both the Survivor and the Monk, because they fucking deserve it. Get the Ascension ending for the Hunter, which is going to be a big challenge. And then get the happier ending for the Spearmaster, because I kind of stumbled into the big boss fight finale for the Spearmaster, and they really deserve it. Oh, Archivist, I forgot that was their name, but yeah. I love how they're just hovering ominously in the background. And then the Gourmands just fucking living their best life. Like, the Gourmand Oh, we've absolutely done the Gourmand's food quest. Sorry, Chroma Capybara, I didn't mean to sound like I was offended there. The reason I said that was because the egg bug was like a fucking white whale throughout that whole run. Oh yeah, and Chroma, because of the way I unlocked everything for this, we got our first slug pup during the Gourmand's run, not after. So that was our little slug son, Lance, who is going to be in therapy for a long time, but they survived. Mainly because, so Chroma, and to those of you who've only found the Longship recently, so what happened was, like, 1,000 years ago, we played through as the... we played through initially as the Survivor. I think we did Survivor, then Hunter, wasn't it? Yeah, we did Survivor, then Hunter, and then we did the Monk back in the day. But that was on a different PC, and I didn't carry the save over. So when Downpour was released, and I was doing like the pre-release content, I did the Slug Cat unlock, which means I'm still following the story in step. But a couple of things were a bit weird, and one of them was having slug pups before we should have gotten them. And what happened was when we went to a shelter as the Gourmand after seeing Pebs, there was a slug pup just in there. And so it immediately went, Papa! And the shutters closed. Like, I was baby trapped to Lance. And yes, Angel Kalina, Lance did once get eaten by the Gourmand. By mistake! By mistake. So I think there are maybe some communique around the... How the fuck do we get there, though? God, Sky Islands can just fucking do one. Sky Islands is officially on my list of places that fucking piss me off. Because they are... you know what? No, that's not fair. I do not mind Sky Islands. I think aesthetically it's incredible. And it really does add proper, like, late game threat. It's just bloody finding it sometimes. I think it's also because, like, there's, like, an... Wow. Alright, I need to get some water in a second because I've forgotten how to speak. There's an architectural symmetry, God, that's what I was scratching for, to Sky Islands that means it's really easy to get lost. I take it that much like with the Rivulet, there isn't another ending to the Spearmaster, right? Oh no! Legend, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else to be doing. Because I think... I'm trying to think. There are some slug cats where you have the choice of endings, right? Oh, so yeah, I guess we could ascend... But, I don't know. If we were going to do that, we should do that. It's its own, like, standalone run. You know? Canonically... I find it very difficult to... I'd find it very difficult to stop whilst... Hey! Afternoon, Jay. Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. How goes it? Jay, I would be more than happy to hold these lovely, lovely Mother Hubbards. Though I will beg their forgiveness first. Friends, if I look a little stressed and haggard, we have done battle with a lot of technical problems today, but we just finished one of the Rain World campaigns. So I was going to go get some water, and then, I don't know, I think we can putz about on the Spearmaster campaign for a little bit more. You know. Yeah, Angel Cleaner today has been trying, but through a combination of friendship and bloody mindedness, we've done rather well. Jay's saying they're doing good. They've been doing more Metal Gear Solid 5. Okay, no, Jay, go, bounce. I shall look after your lovely audience, because I'm not going anywhere for a little bit. To those of you who have just joined us from Jay's lot, Watto and welcome. If we haven't met, my name is Will, and it is lovely to make your acquaintance. Usually here's where I tell you something about me being a video games industry numpty or otherwise, but I am in fact 3 corgis piloting a very complex robot. The corgis are currently at each other's throats about creative decisions, so things are a bit janky. I have time travel murdered Hitler multiple times. Nah, see, that whole bit's been done to death. I'm trying to think of a better bit. I came across a thing on TikTok of the Time Travelers Society's yearly Hitler hunt, with time travel rules and a scoring system, and I'll never be able to outright that in terms of funny. Like, what is the first thing a group of people would do if they got time machines? It's murder Hitler. But how do you get to kill him without breaking the timeline? So they've already come up with this whole thing. I love it. Currently, the winner is 13-year-old, 13-year-old Anna Schwenkel, who currently holds the top score for using nothing but a butter spoon. It implies so much. TikTok. The quickest way to be exposed to a lot of nonsense in rapid fire. But yeah, so Jay, go write stuff. Have a lovely rest of your evening. Yeah, for those of you who've just joined us, let me put on some smooth jams. I'm gonna go grab myself some water. And then, I don't know, we can putz around a bit more as the Spearmaster. We can just have a natter. Like I said, friends, I'm not quite ready to call it, but I don't want to start the Saint tonight because I don't want people next week to get it. Yeah, Shackle, that's the... Alright, friends, give me 2 secs and I'll be back with you in just a moment. friends, longshipians, and miscreants. Hello. And Legend, yeah, no, I think we did the rivulet in like 3 days. They were long sessions, though. Friends, I'm going to leave the tunes running for a little bit longer. The fire service is going to check on somebody across the road, so it's a bit loud outside. So let's have a little natter, a little hangout, before we jump back into some stabbermancy. Once again, to the people from Liquid Death, please sponsor me. Right now, I can't afford your product. So I'm on the $5 bubbly lime water. Yes, I do understand that sparkling water in a can is somewhat of a racket, but one, I like the taste of it, and two, it helps me not drink booze. Yeah, I know. I'm a wee baby dwarf, easily distracted by bubbles. Okay. But yeah, so that's fascinating. Now we know the reason why Pebs is the one obsessed with Ascension. Yeah, with, like, you know, shuffling off this mortal coil proper. Like, he's the only person that got the triple confirm. Nobody else did. Now, I'm not entirely sure if the communication block came before he got the triplet or after, but either way. Sorry, to those of you who've come in from Jay's Law, welcome to Rainworld Deep Lore. We just finished a run. Play Rainworld now. Actually, you know what, friends? If you don't mind me being a massive fucking shill. There is an excellent bundle up on Humble right now, which is, I mean, okay, it's a lot of games, but it's Hollow Knight and Rainworld for $15. If you want to get, if you want Blasphemous, Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, and I don't know Lost Ruins or Lone Fungus, but apparently they have very good reviews. Honestly, that's great, but oh, Legend, snap. But yeah. And I tell you what, Archivist, once we've cleared the Saint, like, basically everyone's going to be weapons free with lore. And I will be fascinated to talk about it. Because, like, I like the idea of getting every pearl in the game, but, you know, I stream for a living and currently looking after the animals and trying to help 2 different game projects at once. Like, I'm not a guy with a lot of free time, let me fucking tell you. And I don't know if the Longship would put up with me just becoming a pearl hunter. Who knows? Who knows? Oh, that's cool. Sorry, Dustin says they scored Moonlighter for cheap. That game was way better than anyone expected. I mean, Moose, it could be the triple affirmative, then the explosion. It could have been Pebs wanted to protect others, but that doesn't really strike me. Like, Pebs' whole thing is his maniacal... Not maniacal, but his, like... His sole-focused goal in trying to achieve what that other iterator achieved. Like, at the expense of Moon, at the expense of himself. Oh, Archivist, yeah, no, I'll definitely sit and give that a listen. You know, God, it's so hard to explain Rainworld to people, because it's experiential, and the Slugcats are neither the main characters nor the focal point, but they are the agents of change. So, like, when you stop and think about it, Rainworld is the story of the iterators. It is the story of this civilization that came, grew, and managed to achieve, like, mass enlightenment. Like, they went, deuces, we're gonna go ascend and become energy. And they did. Like, they managed to, you know, leave the wheel. Like, the iterators were created to function with that, and then suddenly they just left. no people to look after, no goals to focus on. Like, what is there after that? And that's the strange hell that they are trapped in. Some make peace with that, others take on the role of carers, like Big Sister Moon, but Pebs couldn't let it go. And then when he found in Triplicate that he knew it could be done. See, Archivist, I don't know, this is where, well, like, once we've done the same playthrough, I think the philosophical conversation about it is really powerful. That is Pebs just trying to stop? Like, is he tired? Is he just want a release? Or is it that he is denied the very purpose that he himself was created to do? That's the big one that settles with me. It's not that Pebs is evil or mean, but Pebs was made to do one thing, and he was denied it. Oh yeah, no, an Archivist. I'm all about talking about this, you know? And also, like, to Archivist and all of the Rainworld squad, like, not every game that I play here has the depth and quality of Rainworld, but I'm still seeking them. Like, I hope you all will check in on some of the other stuff we've had going on, because, like, when I think about the big games that have shaped us as a little, like, corner of the internet, Hollow Knight, Rainworld, the Blackout Club, games that have done something special and something different, you know? And yeah, no, the Echoes, God, the Echoes imply so much. Because the Echoes were people who couldn't quite let go. They went through the process of ascension, but something held them back. And now they're kind of trapped half in, half out. They're simultaneously part of the cycle and not. They can't leave this mortal coil, but they're not part of it. Also, like, I would fucking love to do a deep dive into, like, the mechanics of Subterranea. The creatures down there that are still part of the temple. You know, you can see the bit where the drill passed through into, like, the subterranean temple. Which means that the Void Sea was found, not formed. Like, and so that means that there was a civilization before the civilization that Pebs and the Iterators served. Like, and then your brain starts going, oh, beans. It means the Void Worm has been there forever. And so, like, it's one of the reasons why I always get a bit like, well, actually, when people talk about the Void Sea just being like a, you know, you jump in and you're gone. Well, not really. It's more than that. Because there are things that live, and especially the first time you go through it as a survivor, and you see all the cycles that were and all the cycles that would be together, it's like, fucking yo! Oh shit, Archivist says there's an echo that talks right about drilling through it. Sorry, if we've spoken to that echo, it's slipped my mind. Like I said, friends, sleep deprivation and gin's not great for remembering lore specifics. But then also, if I could recall every piece of lore for Rainworld, we wouldn't get to have these chats. So, it's the fucking best thing about streaming for a living, is the little details that you may or may not have missed. Oh. Well, actually, yeah, I won't post anything just so there's no spoilers, but so this is where we are on the collection. And this is just from the Downpour playthroughs. None of these are Survivor or Monk or Hunter. Oh, okay, so Archivist, I think we have met that one, so I apologise if I forgot. Oh, no, anyway, I love talking about this, so, like, thank you for the banter. Have a lovely rest of your evening, alright? Legend says, I don't think all of the base game videos are up on YouTube. I know the core Survivor ones are. Oh no, is it missing Monk ones? Oh, beans. Well, on the plus side, Legend will be doing another playthrough as the monk. So, yeah, we've... This is one of the things that's difficult about streaming for a living by yourself, is that for a long time it was just kind of... for a long time it was just me. The mods were a ton of help, but like in terms of video production stuff, before Skadi started helping out, it was just myself, and things like we lost the ending to the Outer Wilds playthrough, which is real sad. So I'm sorry about that. It's one of the reasons why I was so thankful when Skadi offered to help with all of that, because, like, if you look at the YouTube stuff now and all of the archives, it's way better. Good times, friends. Good times. Well, I tell you what, friends. It has been a good day, albeit kind of a quiet day with some snippets of chaos. I tell you what, let's see if there are any friendos rolling that we can go hang out with, because now we've finished, I have absolutely hit the feckin' wall. And I think that's alright. Like, we did it. Also, did Amnesia the Bunker drop today? I thought that was on the way. It's out on the 6th. Okay. One of my industry friendos got a... must have gotten an early copy of it. And yeah, Phyllis, I saw your posts on it that they're going for more of like an immersive sim, like explore and survive, rather than a core... Oh, and Friends with Friends... Friends versus Friends dropped today. That was the big one. I do think it is wild how well the Outlast Trials has done. And at some point, I may have to do a deep dive into that one, because... Yeah. At least from my humble perspective, especially Outlast 2 was very much a lucky hit. So it'll be fascinating to see how Outlast Trials did so bloody well. Yeah, so Fearless, again, you're talking about the previous Alone in the Dark reboot, not the current one. What I'm thinking tomorrow is that after we've cleared the Video Game Critics League, I've downloaded the Alone in the Dark prologue for the new one they're doing. It's been getting a lot of really, really good attention, and I do want to have a check out of that one. Yeah. God, Fearless, there will come a time when, again, I'm sorry, friends, I keep talking about money. I really am. I apologize, it's kind of forefront in my mind. I'm not a person that sits around wanting for stuff and things, you know that. It's just a lot of the ideas and things I want to do. So, the Alone in the Dark reboot doesn't work well. It is available on Steam, but it's a bit of a shite show. So again, it's one of those 360 games I'd love to pick up, because it's a fucking mess in the most fascinating way. It has the least physically intuitive but hyper mentally intuitive combat system, where you like pick up an object, you break it, and then you wave it around. But it's kind of like the control scheme from Skate. You know, the one where you flick it to do skateboard tricks. It's like that as a combat system. So what you do is you take a chair, you smash it, and then you wave it around or like dunk it in fire. But the right stick is literally controlling where it is in the world. Your whole inventory is inside your coat pocket, like, you know, Jurassic Park Trespasser. But what's hilarious is it contains like glass bottles of alcohol, and your character falls over and doesn't get shards of glass in their lungs. It's open world in the strangest way, but at the same time, it has a level skip feature, which was, I wouldn't say controversial, but oh boy, did we fucking argue about it. I actually think that the level skip feature was a horrible idea, and I really wish they hadn't done it. But yeah, so the reason I keep saying about when we have money is because I'm going to get one of the late 360s with HDMI output and just get that set up here. And then we're going to do Lost Planet 2, MGS 3 HD, and a bunch of other games that are either dumb or terrible. I made like a little... I basically repurposed my my wish list for all of that nonsense. So, at some point, friends, at some point, we'll chip away at those. Not that we're short on feckin' video games to stream. Like, whilst we've been chatting today, I've been sent, like, 2-3 more keys. So, Fearless, the reason why I don't want to borrow something like that is I had one of the Halo Reach 360s. They're gorgeous, and all it would take is a stray Amos, and I can't afford to replace it. Like, if someone has a 360 with HDMI output that they don't want, that they're happy to get rid of, I will give it a very good home. But I don't want to borrow anybody's good stuff, you know what I mean? Yeah, a stray Amos, or Stramus if you will. Because that's what killed my red pad. Big Red, my new pad, died by Dag. But yeah, so here's the list of 360 games I've got for the future. So, Alone in the Dark, the reboot, not the current reboot, the last reboot. Alone in the Dark 2008, we'll have to call it. Obviously, Sneak King, which is only $5 on Amazon, which is great. Vampire Reign, which isn't a good game, but is definitely a concept that I'm fucking obsessed with. I mean, Phyllis, if that's the case, the last time I did a little like check at Pink Gorilla and Another Castle and a few of the other locals, the 360 and a lot of other consoles were very expensive because lockdown basically pushed everybody into picking up retro consoles and like hoarding their favorite games. So, yeah. At Landmeister, a stray Amos does feel like a Sea of Thieves ordnance because its ability to destroy at least 2 members of the same crew in a single blow is second to none. With lingering effect, Lake of Piss. He bloody would, Fearless. He bloody would. It'd be fucking great. Oh. Good times, good times. Right, before I get all whimsical and full of nonsense, I'm going to... Oh, Legend, did you find the stuff?
Oh hey, more time has passed. Well, it's 40:25 AM, so good morning.
So Spiller, I'm sure you meant 4:20, as in like 4 o'clock in the morning. But the idea of 40:20 AM, I have had weeks that felt like that, let me tell you. Anyway, how are you doing? Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. So Spiller, we're basically just having a post-game natter. I was going to jump back into the Spearmaster and do some more killing, but honestly, I'm happy to just chat with you lot for a bit, if that's cool. You know? So yeah, I'm just here, having a chinwag and a natter. Oh, musing about future video games to share with you all. Oh no, Moose! Yeah, I'm sorry your stuff's been giving you trouble, friend. Anyway, what was I chatting about beforehand? Oh yeah, just the sheer amount of feckin' games right now. Like, the streaming sideboard has gotten very, very interesting, and the thing is, I haven't even gone back through the master list. Like, I'm behind on the master list by probably about, like, 2 or 3 months. So there's a bunch of games that haven't been added, and I haven't recorded all of the games I've streamed on there. So I can't even tell you how we've been doing, you know? Well, Spiller, whoever we go and hang out with after this, I promise will be vaguely entertaining. So you'll have some company for your early start morning. Your unintentionally early start morning. I'm just looking at like the sea of things we got to cover, and I'm just like... And we're not far off of like Steam Summer Sale will be kicking off in a couple months as well. So... then the grand list of games to stream gets wider and wider. It is kind of fascinating. I know we've talked about this a bunch of times, but I do want to say it again, like, the perception between this idea that, like, the last couple of years have been very quiet for gaming, if you only look at it from, like, current console AAA releases, whereas over on our corner, like, we're drowning. There are too many brilliant games. And yo, it's a great problem to have. I understand it makes things very, very difficult, like, for people making and selling indie games. Like, it is fierce competition out there. But fucking yo. Sorry, okay. Friends, the 1,000-yard stare has taken me. I am looking out into the distance. I am going to pass you over to... Oh, feck. Sage Bell's kicking around. Brilliant. Love to see you. So let's go say hi to Sage Bell. I'm going to roll credits in just a second, but I do want to say, like, from Eraman and Nexus and all the people who dropped, like, huge fecking donations earlier, like, as you well know, that is how we keep this going, and I cannot say thank you enough. It probably won't show up on the credits because, thanks to Steam fucking up my day, we weren't able to keep the credits without having to restart the feckin' game. To restart the PC multiple times and the stream. Grumble, 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 grumble. And again, I do want to apologise for talking about money and money stuff. Like, again, we've gotten all of the big Aspen stuff out of the way. Touch wood, touch wood. So now we just got to kind of survive the month. And, you know, when I'm talking about things that I want to do, if cash happens, I'm not hurting for games to share with you or things to do, you know? But if any of you do have a gigantic chest of cursed gold and wish to pour a frankly ludicrous amount of doubloons onto this corner of the internet, I'd be extremely grateful. Oh no, Legend! Yeah, I'm gonna take River out for a stroll. I'm going to, I don't know, might keep working on my Gundam. Who knows? Who knows? I'm gonna take it easy tonight. You know, we did it. And honestly, clearing the Spearmaster is probably the hardest campaign. Ah, and Spiller, thank you. And also, Spiller, I didn't say thank you proper for 55 months. I just applauded your reacclamation of time. No, Chroma, thank you all for coming here. Like, as I've said multiple times, without you lot, I'm just a man screaming at his PC by himself. And to that end, dear friends, I would like to thank the following people for being feckin' legends. But just again, to those of you that threw in earlier and the credits have not acknowledged, you are legends and thank you. Again, friends, like, bits and donations are the biggest thing that keeps this whole thing going, so thank you. To Shackle Draconis, Nexus Darkshade, Vanderbeast, Bacon Avenger, Spiller, Chromic Capybara, and J-Post. Also, Eraman and Nexus Dark again. Fucking thank you. Your moderator today was Lizzie T. Powell, Rhymes with Moose and Caffeine, and Tardy Bard, Skynix, Destoria, and Spiller. Thank you for continued subs and support. And Jetman J for bringing in a squad as we're keeping our adventures light. Anyway, I'm going to pass you over to Sage Bell. You can go be terrors over there. Sage is currently playing something involving animals, and I want to say giant hamster balls? I don't rightly know, but they're very intensely concentrating, so let's mess with that. Friends, tomorrow is the start of our little fantasy league. We will have 20 slots. We'll kick off sign-ups. We'll be kicking off sign-ups tomorrow, hopefully at about 1 to 2 p.m. Pacific. So be ready. Alright? Yeah, I think that's it. Have a great night. I'll chat to you all on Discord. And just thank you for bearing with me. I really mean it. Alright. You have to go home, but you can't stay here. Right. Onward. Onward. Onward.